Boys and girls, good morning. How are we all doing? Are we good? Alrighty. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Twitch pushing the new bits thing hard? What's the new bits thing? What have I missed? Don't know what that means. Welcome in though, boys and girls. Welcome, welcome. It is Friday. We will actually play some beta today. I had best intentions yesterday of leveling on the beta, and then Remix happened, and well, squirrels do squirrel things. So I got distracted, and we ended up playing Remix all day. But that's what happens. That's what happens. 10 points in Thaumaturgy, Max Gleaming Unlock, 5 points in Volatile or Mercurial or Ominous Tree. Voila. Your new alt can start making Blasphemite after 4 days, week 1. Some experimentation needed to unlock Flask or Vial to level to 70 skill, but nothing game breaking. I'm quite sure that, yeah, getting access to this sort of stuff week 1 will be feasible. I can't see why it wouldn't. It's just going to take a little bit of testing to figure it all out. People can power up bit messages somehow to annoy everybody else. Oh, I see. Oh, wonderful. Well, more bits for Mr. Streamer. What is this? Hang on. Hang on. What is this? I saw some silly thing with Dan Clancy from Twitch flicking through his stories. It was nothing but titty streamers. I was like, oh god. Power-ups unleash special effects with bits. Looks like an alchemy potion. Power-ups launched to date all affiliates and partners across the globe. Level up your favorite streams using power-ups. Power-ups are designed to provide fun and interactive ways to influence streams using bits. Right. 3 power-ups are available globally. Message effects. Add text effects to help your messages stand out. Try rainbow clips and emote party. Okay. How does this work then? How does this work? I cannot cheer in my own channel. Well, I guess I can't. I guess I can't test it then. Sure. Oh, power-ups. Message effects. Gigantify an emote. What the hell does that mean? On-screen celebrations. Right. What does this do? Oh. You can put your message in a funky box or something instead. Interesting. Right. On-screen celebration. Trigger an emote celebration over the stream for everybody using any of your unlocked emotes. Oh, I wonder if that works. I wonder if that works like 1337 viewers. Lol. I wonder if this works like the Twitch alerts do, where it covers like the actual whole Twitch website as well. Oh, it's just on the stream. I wonder if that sticks around in things like the VODs. There is definitely some channels out there that will just get... There'll be some viewers on some channels that will just do this consistently just to meme on people. Because somehow throwing money at people is considered a meme sometimes nowadays. You can troll people by giving them money. Who would have thought? Crazy, right? Gigantify an emote, send larger versions. Oh, it just slaps a whacking great big one in the chat. Okay. I would like a hooning great big emote, please. Boom. That's literally it. Okay. Twitch has always said that when you upload custom emotes to Twitch, they've always made you upload them in 3 different sizes. Because they always said they were going to do things with the bigger size emotes, and they never did. But clearly this is what it is. It's a fair trade, a bit of annoying, but you get paid. Exactly, that's it. Alright, cool, sure. We'll be regularly adding more power-ups along the way to keep things interesting. This is a first step towards a future where bits can be used in more fun ways for both the streamers and viewers. We want power-ups to be exactly what streamers and viewers want them to be. See, I don't mind the bit system. Bits is Twitch's very clever way. Bits is a very clever way of them tapping into the donation meta that existed on Twitch once upon a time. And they were like, oh, these people are getting donations straight to their PayPal account. And Twitch were like, we can't have any of that because we're not getting a slice. So they introduced bits instead. They introduced gifted subs, which was another clever one. It's all to make sure that even if you are throwing money at your favourite streamers, that at least they get a slice. Sure. As long as they're not too obnoxious, as long as you can turn them off if needs be, that'll be fine. No issues there for me. Anything on the news front this morning? Anything on the news front? Not that I'm looking for a squirrel to get distracted by, but if we got news, we should look at the news, you know? I don't mind it either. I start minding it if it affects the streams I watch too much. Those like the NPC TikTokers, so funny. And that's basically what it is. They're standing there saying, give me money and I'll do a funny dance for you. Like, quite literally. Dance money. I'm too old school. I have this belief that if you're going to ask for money from somebody, you should be offering something in return. Crazy, right? Crazy. But it does seem to work on these platforms pretty well. 69 days. Giggity. Get ready. I say I'm old school and then I laugh at the 69 joke. Oh dear. Maybe I'm not. Paladin War Within Season 1, tier set bonus reviews. Paladins, check it out. Deathstalker Rogue, tuning hotfixes on the War Within. Franchise General Manager John Haidt announces departure from Blizzard Entertainment. Holy shit. Oh my god, another one bites the dust. Senior Vice President, General Manager of Warcraft. Holy smoke. Hot damn. After 12 incredible years at Blizzard, I've decided to step away and start a new quest. It was a tough decision, but I feel like now is as good a time as any. Warcraft is in an amazing position as the universe turns 30. I've been so honoured to serve all of the heroes of Azeroth. You're the most passionate, dedicated, and creative community in gaming. You are why I've poured my heart and soul into creating the best games possible. You've inspired me, challenged me, and made me a stronger developer. As for what's next in my journey, I don't have any specifics to share quite yet, but I'm excited to explore new opportunities and challenges in the industry. Continue making great games with talented people. Thank you again for making these years so unforgettable, and I'll see you in Azeroth, now purely as a player. Wow. Holy smokes. Okay. Sure. That's a surprise. That's quite a surprise. Why would the senior vice president and general manager of 12 years, just prior to an expansion launching, decide to up sticks and peace out? I'm going to say something that might be controversial here, but he's not a spring chicken. He's not a spring chicken. He's also worked in a senior position for significant enough of a time that, dare I say, people of this demographic tend not to just leave their job for no reason. I mean, claims that he has nothing to share yet. I don't have any specifics to share quite yet, but I'm excited to explore new opportunities and challenges. That's probably his, 12 years of PR kicking in. Meaning he's probably gone somewhere else. But is not, or just straight up hardcore cashing out. Yeah, this is the point, right? Like, to be in a senior position at that amount of time, he's probably good, isn't he? He's probably cushy for bread right now. He can probably take a day off or two if he wants. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's like, you know what? This is zoom mentality. Too much. Wow. Wish him well. Wish him all the best. To my understanding, at least, he's one of the least controversial devs that Blizzard had. Microsoft's restructure and changing of the old guard person. Well, who knows? Not exactly yacht level, but probably enough to afford Starbucks and avocado toast. Yeah, for sure. He's probably got plenty of bread, even though he probably lives in California. So I'm sure he's fine. Sure he's not short of a bob or two. But it's still interesting that another one bites the dust. Joining Blizzard Entertainment in 2011, Haidt served as senior producer for Misa Pandaria, as well as production director for Diablo 3 Reaper Souls, Legion, and Battle for Azeroth, rising to the position of executive producer and vice president as the chief caretaker of World of Warcraft. In 2021, he assumed the position of franchise general manager, in which he oversaw all development and commercial activities for the Warcraft franchise, including World of Warcraft, Hearthstone, and Rumble. And then Breach for some reason. Prior to his time with Blizzard, he served as a board member of the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, taught courses in game development as an adjunct, I don't know what that word means, professor at USC School of Cinematics, and worked on over 30 games, including Command & Conquer and Neverwinter Nights. While at Sony Computer Entertainment of America, he was credited as an instrumental developer of the PlayStation Network and critically acclaimed titles including Flow, Flower, God of War, and Mortal Kombat. Throughout his time as general manager, Haidt distinguishes himself by taking the lead on interviews and discussions, giving an look inside Blizzard HQ and the third era of Warcraft, warning against the use of generative AI, revealing subscriber trends at GDC, and discussing the next 20 years of Warcraft. Though he has not shared his next steps, we will miss his openness and optimistic views regarding the future of Warcraft and wish him well on whatever adventure awaits. He's clearly done, hasn't he? He's clearly like, right, this industry is just like, he all of this, his past resume clearly shows that he's a gamer's gamer. And I suspect with Microsoft at the helm now, there's not much room for gamers. I mean, like I said, I'm sure he's made a few quid, but the amount of stuff he's worked on would indicate that he cares passionately about video games. Fair play. How doing, Nimses? You having a scratch? Yeah, good call. You can have a scratch. Well. What's up with this thing where you learn more about people when they leave than you do when they join or work there? It's the same as when people die, right? If you have your best day on social media the day you die. He's not dead, by the way. just to clarify that one. Kind of sounds like the sort of person you don't particularly want to lose. Sounds like he actually might have ethics. Exactly, yeah. Well, another one bites the dust. Well. Anything else? Anything else? Season 1 Mythic Plus Dungeon Preview. Some spoilery stuff that we won't go into. Glyph Hunter Achievement Mount Reward. Collecting all the new skywriding cliffs in Kazalgar will reward you handsomely with a new mount. Oh, okay. Sure. Blizzard addressing upgrade NPCs not working with realm restarts. Yeah, they completely broke retail somehow. Don't know how they managed that. And then we're back into like bronze buff stuff that we touched on yesterday all the same. Sounds like a bit of a PR answer to getting replaced by somebody else. I hope it's just because he wants to chill and do something else though. I hope he's just gone to another studio. I hope he's clearly got friends in the industry. Big prominent friends in the industry. I would say that he's, you know, his past resume does not sound as if he gives much care for the corporate mumbo jumbo of gaming. He sounds and has always mostly come across as your gamer's gamer, right? He cares about video games clearly, otherwise he wouldn't have done flipping everything, right? And he's probably had a call, you know? He's probably had a call, hasn't he? Probably had the call. Look, put down all that legal mumbo jumbo, that PR rubbish, that corporate bullshit that comes with, you know, huge, great big organizations like Microsoft. Come work for us. Maybe he'll go and what's Ghostcrawler doing nowadays? He's making a new MMO, isn't he? Wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he's had that phone call. It's just be like, look, we'll pay you the same. Come work for us. That's just how the industry works, right? You just get headhunted. Good talent never goes without, so.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
If he wants, he ain't going to be out of work for any sort of matter. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like, he'll fall into something if he wants to. Yo, Saviour with 30 months. Thank you. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Ghostcrawler was a goat. Yeah, Ghostcrawler was cool. I'm pretty sure he's making a new MMO or something, isn't he? He's working on something. I've seen him tweeting occasionally. I'm not good at following people on Twitter. I should follow more people on Twitter. Weirdly, now this is going to sound absolutely mental. Since Elon has completely broken Twitter, I've used it much more. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know if I feel a bit like a sucker. But I've used Twitter more since Elon's taken over it. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, I need some coffee in me though. Woo! Ghostcrawler's, he's working for Riot, leading their MMO development. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. I see. I knew he would be doing something interesting. Right, should we actually play the game for a bit, shall we? I think we should. What are we listening to? Oh, this is the stupid Eurovision song. Go away. Right, okay. Twitter's great after your mute and block list is very long. I don't see. I don't know what it is, right? I don't use Twitter a huge amount, but I don't really have that much issues with dum-dums on my timeline. There's a handful, but I find it funny more than anything else. Right. Let's go actually see if we can get some levels under our belt, shall we? I love this first zone though, you know. I think this first zone's really nice. Can confirm, big fan of the first zone. Not that we've got much further than that, but...
We are the bedrock. I must defend my people.
Cinderbrew to repel Nerubian attacks.
Pick up that Cinderbrew keg. I have an idea. Now, toss it in there.
Boom.
It would work. Let's light
Who are you? What's this fella? Hello? There's a plushie on the floor. There's a dinosaur plushie. Okay. We gotta go collapse a few more of these, do we? I just end up blocking too many people every time I check Twitter, and if I report blatant BS like racism, all I get back is this does not break Twitter's guidelines. I basically put zero effort into policing the place. That has to be told. But then again, my Twitter feed is full of nothing but people talking about World of Warcraft. Like, that's literally it. My visibility of anything else on the platform outside of very clearly World of Warcraft stuff is like little to none. So maybe in that regard, my For You page is now has been relatively well curated maybe over the years. I don't know. This little area looks cool. What's going on here? There's some Nerubian war on the go.
I can't attack that.
Oh, I'm getting horrendous amounts of lag. What's going on here? 171 ms. I'm getting significantly more lag than 171 ms. Must be server lag then.
Help is on the way. Find cover, quickly!
It's a good trick. The tweets I block most are people on news sites like Ule. Sadly, I want to think better of fellow Finns. One thing I take humour in the fact that people online are somewhat like the lack of well, no, not the lack of, sorry. The anonymity that the internet provides you is sometimes amusing to me. It's sometimes amusing because you can see somebody absolutely fucking raging on social media about something. And you're like, wow, you must really be having a bad day. Like, what has gone on in your real life to cause you to be that overly passionate negatively towards something on the internet? I'm like, wow, okay, sure. And I guess I've developed a pretty good ability to just ignore dumb shit on the internet. I've lived on the internet since the internet existed. I'm also old enough to not care about most things like that anymore. And I would much rather see the humour in it. The stupidity aspect of it rather than, you know. Found a trinket yesterday with a 2-minute cooldown that doesn't work. You can just use it permanently. Whoops. That's one to maybe report. Or Race to World First is dominated by one single trinket.
Speak freely. No directive needed.
How's the new hunter? I'm going to be brutally honest. Due to the fact I play BM and I don't exactly play BM at particularly high level, I've not really noticed much of a difference. But I'm just running around doing level 71 quests. So technically, until I start doing dungeons or if I was to go poker target dummy for a while, I think I'm unlikely to really notice any differences with the hunter class right now anyway. I've got more buttons than I used to have. I have access to explosive shot more readily now, which is kind of cool. I like it as an ability. But before I've even pressed half of my buttons, things are dead at this point, so I haven't really put it to test properly, to tell the truth. And considering that I don't really care so much for marksman or survival, where I know they have seen the most significant changes, I'd
The council is needed here in Dorna.
I'll test it soon. It's not yet. I was watching Cyber yesterday and he was saying, complaining-ish about how many buttons and things to press that there are now on a hunter. Well, for me, right, it's the fact that we have some of the choices in this force you into things that you wouldn't necessarily probably want to, which is forcing you into buttons as well. Like Tar Trap, for example. Why the fuck do I have to take Tar Trap to be able to get counter shot? I'd much rather be forced into taking Trank Shot to then be able to get counter shot. But actually, I'd have to go a completely other... Like, if I want Trank Shot, then I'm... like, yeah, it's a bit weird on the actual base hunter tree. Lots of options that didn't really feel optional. That makes sense. And then it got to the point where I was actually struggling to spend the points over this side of the tree. Yeah, on the other side of the tree, I wanted everything. I wanted absolutely everything. Which is a nice luxury to have, I suppose. And of course, I haven't played really with the hero talent yet, but if you don't care for high-end stuff, just don't put the abilities on your button. Well, that's it. That's kind of my thoughts. It's just like, well, if I, you know, if I don't see the button, I don't have a rotation helper telling me to press the button. Then it's like I don't have the button. It's like, problem solved. If it works, it works. I'm sure when we start pushing the delves and if we test some dungeons or anything like that, then maybe they'll, you know, the significance of the changes will more come to light. But more than anything, to be brutally honest, the thing that I'm struggling with more so now than anything is I've played way too much Remix and the whole thing feels deathly slow. Like, I kind of got used to doing 5 million DPS, if you know what I mean. I kind of got used to having more GCDs than I know what to do with. And I don't know how to address that problem. I don't know if I'm meant to be going down here. I'm going to adventure down here anyway, because I've not adventured down here, and I don't know what it is. I assume this is meant to be some sort of lift. Please help take me to the top. Oh, okay. Clever. It's down here. This is how we go down to the next level. It's how we go down to the next zone. It presumably is, isn't it? Oh, oh, okay. This is their clever. This is their clever. We don't have load screens. We don't have loads. This is their. We don't have load screens. Yeah, okay, I see. Oh, I swear I didn't time that. Okay, and then we get into the ringing deeps. Clever. Clever. I like. No matter what anybody says based on the pure numbers in Remix, we are getting another one for sure. They'll do the, they'll probably do that social media thing at some point, won't they? Where they'll be like, yeah, there was like 700 million things collected or whatever. Is there a quick and easy way to get back up then? Can I speak to one of you and you just take me up? Because flying back up there sounds like it's going to be long.
Another interruption.
Oh, you get zooms. Alright, well, with bonus zooms, it's going to be more manageable. Whoa, where did me... Okay. Clearly I need to actually do this quest. For the next remix, can mobs drop bronze according to how hard they are? Because harder mobs should drop more. Would make sense, wouldn't it? I think what they got to be careful with remix. Because it was very apparent from day one in remix that the team that's running it were almost treating it like retail. Hence, like, aggressively fast patching and hotfixing and nerfing shit left, right, and center. Like, in order to, like, balance things. That level of balance in a mode like Remix isn't necessary and is actually dangerous to implement, because if you put that much time, you'll balance the fun out of it. That's the thing. They do kind of need to leave it a little bit raw and rugged, I think, but it is a fine line. Open the mount journal and look for Saysbarg. Who's this? Mount journal. Okay, now. Isn't this a reskin of the dude that... Isn't this the... I've seen this fella before. Where have I seen this fella before? There's a few reskins of this. I've seen a red version of him.
What path brought you here?
Frogs was not fun, and like everybody would have been done in 2 days. No, Frogs were not fun. That's one area where, sure, it was... The problem with Frogs was that it was giving you the lesser charms. It wasn't that it was giving you too much bronze. It was the lesser charm turn-in that was actually the problem in terms of giving people too much bronze. So once they hotfixed that out, it was fine. That's like a subtle little change that's understandable. That was an unintended gameplay mechanic that was probably, you know, just passed them by in testing. But then going through and just so aggressively nerfing all of the farms and stuff was just pure fun detected for the first week, which, without question, killed it for some people. There's no... Is
that your wallet?
There's no arguing that they killed the fun of Remix for quite a few of their early adopters by being so aggressive with all of the nerfs in the early days. Oh, my dude's out here. Eliath, 36 months. Big numbers. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. On an anniversary. Thank you very much. I can't believe I've been on Twitch that long already, you know.
What is your query?
That kind of I had some interesting tweets with Samadan the other day. As I don't know how many of you will know, my Twitch dashboard has been pestering me for ages to press the apply for partner button on Twitch. Now, partnership on Twitch these days doesn't give you anywhere near as much as it used to, so I've just kind of left the button there. I just ignored it. But I was like, sure, heck, why not? It will give me a blue tick next to my name. It gives me the verified tick on the platform. Doesn't mean a huge amount, but sure, if I get it, I get it. So I put in my little application, and then they were very quick to respond with, nope, see you later. So I was like, oh, well, why have you had the button on my dashboard for ages then? Don't pester me to press a button, and then when I press the button, go, nope. But anyway,
Let's make
I very
profit
promptly
together.
got declined for my partner application, and Samadan really kindly chipped in with like his stats before he got his Twitch partnership. Obviously many moons ago now. But it was quite nice to see what just the level that he had to achieve to get his Twitch partnership. Oh wait up, we're doing dungeons now. Did I really need to pay attention to what buttons I'm pressing in game, don't I? Is this part of the campaign? Now, oh, these these are going to be follower dudes. Oh, okay.
Before us stands the Storm Perch, Outlander.
Oh, clever. The campaign is actually showcasing you. Oi, look, these are follower dungeons. Go do follower dungeons. Interesting. Ukali with another 36 months. They're all flooding in this morning. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Is this like our 3-year anniversary on Twitch or something? I should check this. Because some of you guys are Twitch OGs, meaning there's a strong chance that I've literally now been on Twitch for 3 years. How do I find this out? I don't know. I'm sure a little bit more than 3 years it must be. I don't really know. The problem is my Twitch account is like over a decade old. I consider I don't strictly, like, we streamed on YouTube for a while. Then we came back to Twitch, and now we just stream on both anyway. So maybe that's why my dashboard doesn't tell me anything like this, because technically my Twitch account is like 10 years old. I just haven't been streaming for that long. I don't know. Alright, well, let's do some dungeon stuff then. Go, fellas. Go. 3 years of sparing the wife WoW talk. 3 years indeed. We even had to move to a new house, so I didn't have to sit in the spare bedroom doing it.
What are you doing? Stop this!
I need a target.
I need to turn off my add-ons, you know. I bet most of the add-ons work on the beta by now, don't they? I kind of feel a little bit naked with such a basic... I need my Plater add-on, if nothing else, back, I think. Plater and probably Details at the very least is probably smart.
While you go to the roosts, I will distract them here. We can link up later.
Download the alpha version from CurseForge of Details, it'll work. Okay, so Details works. I probably won't spend too much time going through add-ons and stuff on stream.
Gorin, what have you done? The title, the glory. You never deserved to be Stormward.
It says the druid's the tank. Right, it says we have 2 tanks.
What has that traitor
Going on
allowed to
here?
happen in my absence?
Yeah, it's claiming the shaman's the tank. Okay, you're right. What's going on here? Okay. What are these warped wings? Clipped bird wings. Salvaging this may be useful. Oh god. What do you mean salvaging? What is this, a crafting reagent? Don't give me that salvaging rubbish. Who? What? Hang on. What? Who's salvaging that shit? Ouch.
I need to target something first.
Dead.
You deserved a better rider than Goran.
No loot. Definitely bugged.
I will deactivate Goran myself for this sacrilege.
Report the bug. Welcome in, Jack. Welcome, welcome.
It is my oath-sworn duty to protect the Coreway.
Hunter. Earthen Druid. Earthen Mage. They're all Earthens. Shaman, Mage, Druid, Hunter. We meant to just hop down, are we? We have now.
Conversation initiated.
Well, I'm going to go down here. I don't know if anybody else is following me. Okay. People are following me. Good. Let's go.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Goran on my own. Come, Outlander. We will press forward and rescue who we can.
Level 1 engineering. I've got 3-ish pieces of scrap from a heroic 5-man. Hopefully more drop with higher skill engineering, because at the moment scrap rate is ultra low. Shall I let you into a little secret? I'll let you into a little secret with scrap. There's a positive feedback loop for scrap, so you practically never run out. Sure, you might need to seed it with a little bit to start with.
Dark influence.
But you'll ultimately never run out of scrap. You got to get some. Your job is to get some, but once you got some, you cleverly shuffle it around so that you never run out of it. You scrap the prototypes, you'll probably never run out of scrap. Yeah, this Shaman tank is an interesting twist.
Go, find Volkmar. He will take you to safety.
I leveled to 72 in my engineer on the leveling server and only actually got 10 pieces of scrap. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe it does feel a touch undercooked still then on how much of it you can get. I do kind of look forward to be able to do some of these follower dungeons, actually. Like, to actually learn new dungeons, like, fresh. Because follower dungeons being implemented, like, halfway through Dragonflight kind of meant that, like, their usefulness wasn't really that strong at the beginning. This time around, I sense I will probably use follower dungeons. Maybe not like to level characters too aggressively, but like as a way just to figure out the lay of the lands of the dungeons. And I think it's quite cool that it's incentivized to go and give it a go. Has anybody found on the leveling servers yet, though, any sort of questing specific recipes? Not recipes, sorry. Not specifically, not the... I know there are some quests that reward recipes. I'm more talking about, is there like an introductory quest line to the Artisans Consortium and stuff again?
I command this rookery by right.
I'm assuming they are, I just haven't stumbled across them yet. Down he goes. Do I report a bug that he's not dropping any loot? Give me all of the loots. Nothing so far, level 77. Maybe they're just assuming everybody knows what work orders are by this point. Oh, actually, more than anything, they'll probably sneak them in when they do the NPC work orders, won't they? Maybe the quests aren't there yet.
The same dark magic that was emanating from the Storm Riders is more powerful here.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue.
Ah.
The lift is out.
What's up here?
If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider way. Follow me.
Where did you all go? The way we're meant to get down here, was it a hoppity skippity way again? Ah, just jump. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing because of disengage.
What is that? What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
Hardcore about pushing, progressing, and still love follower dungeons too. They're great for tweaking your UI or practicing a spec you're totally new to. Yeah, I imagine if I was to like pick up a healer or something that I've never played before, then going and doing some follower dungeons to at least just figure out what your buttons are and what they do, and where you want your keybinds set and this sort of stuff. I think it's a really nice little quality of life feature for sure. Don't forget to... I have reported I got 2 tanks. Chill, my man. Jeez Louise. Unbelievable. I'm hustled at my own game. Good way to farm Mog. Potentially. Obviously, you are restricted to. You're restricted to obviously that difficulty. Heroics, normals, and mythic zeros are still likely to have different appearances in. Once Primus Artisans Consortium quest will be linked to NPC work orders, so it might not be in the game yet. Yeah, that's probably the case.
Take out the creatures channeling on that core.
Yeah, this has got all the feel of like regarding like hunters right now. I think we have more buttons, but not having more buttons. Having more buttons is not really too problematic. I just think there's that early expansion lack of haste, which is really kicking in. Yes, I have too many buttons to press because my first button comes off cooldown before I've actually had enough haste to press my last button, sort of thing. But it still feels fine. Oh, who are you? You're a nasty pasty. This is the last boss, is he?
I have seen nothing like it. Its energies have twisted them, changing them into...
Absorbing. How's he absorbing everything? Hey, look, see, they're even doing the mechanics, look. He's running out the way. Ever. At least they programmed the AI to do smart things. Ignore mechanics, nuke boss. Nuke boss. Down he goes. Nice. Oh, we did get some gear. 441 ring. Yoink. I suppose that's a good point, actually. First characters through. We're going to leave Dragonflight with like 500 plus item level gear, aren't we? So the reality is I'm actually going to be way more powerful the first true time I do this. So we're pretty weak. We're currently weaker than what you get by a level 70 character boost right now. I think they're 424, aren't they? I am really intrigued what our remix characters get spat out at. I think at the I hope that if you've fully geared your character on remix, that they spit you out at like 500 plus item level. If everybody gets balanced equally, I think that'll suck. Why can I not use... Is this the bug you were talking about? Can't use the damn thing because... Okay. Leave instance group. Here we go. I don't want the remix characters to outshine my regular character though, so hoping the pre-patch will help with that. Well, I mean, what's world content gear is 480 right now. You can get 496s from Mythic Zeros, so I think item level 500 I think is fair. And I would go as far as to say that if you have spent 600,000 bronze on upgrading your gear in Remix. I think it would be fair if they got spat out at like mythic quality gear, honestly. If you've leveled to 70 and not upgraded a dime, you should probably have 424 gear. And here we are with some rares and quest rewards in beta being 353 item level. Ouch. I've had nothing less, I think, than like 400. Seems to be it. Right, I'm not in there. I've had some quest rewards. Reroll this rare 353s. Oops. Ouch.
Track the Nerubians to a burrow near the meadery. They must be after the Cinder Brew.
I follow. And without the Storm Riders,
Just the plan to attack the Naru.
I have work to do.
Skip conversation. You can discuss this amongst yourselves. Okay. I guess this is probably going to kick in a cutscene then. Or some long RP.
And then ignite it. Now hold on. That will reduce my meadery to rubble.
I will see to its repair, Wenbrand. You have my word.
Fine. But if my stock is involved, then so am I. Excellent. Then we are aligned.
Could have skipped this, couldn't I?
Do you require aid?
Meet Belgrim at the Cinderbrew Eatery.
May the edict guide you.
There's the Cinderbrew
On your
Eatery.
signal, I'll lure the Nerubians to the meadery.
Oh, is it going to go kick
And
us
we
through
will
another
prepare a
follower
welcome
dungeon
for
straight
our
away?
Guests.
Interesting. My plan actually is for the most part to probably lore master. I'm intrigued to explore all corners. So I think a lore master pass is not a terrible idea. I'm in two minds though whether I should use the campaign and level up to 80 first and then come back and do all these side quests, or whether I should try and do them at a little bit more of a suggested time. I guess we'll probably level 3 or 4 times, I guess, on the beta. Once every week, I reckon. Once every other week, we'll probably level a character. Oh, this place looks cool. Beer for days, look. Looks like a proper brewery.
It is my oath-sworn duty to protect the Coreway.
Somebody doing Lore Master on the beta, I hit 80 in the second zone. I also want to point out that for those playing on the beta, leveling is probably very quick right now. This tends to be how they do it. They make it so that you can absolutely blast through an early beta. And then there's usually 2 occasions where they tweak the numbers. They usually go the complete other direction. So they make it so that then there isn't even enough quests in the entire game for you to ding level 80. And people start complaining about it on forums. And then they find the midway point between those 2 extremes and go, right, this is where we're actually going to let it sit. Usually campaign only should get you most of the way there. With some side quests and a couple of dungeons, you should hit max level. hope.
What path brought you here? Are you sure this will work, Baelgrim?
It will. It has to.
Then let's get started.
Haha, you got to connect it to the IC. Clever.
Tell me what drives you.
Campaign only will take you to 77 to 78, and that's touching nothing else. No dungeons, no side quests, no rares, no world questing, nothing. Okay. With the 25% bonus, I imagine 70 to 80 can be doable campaign. That sounds fun then. We can live with that. I can work with that one. That sounds about right. There will clearly be something where you can do things faster, because there always is. But if you can just do the campaign and ding max, that's fine. Admittedly, you don't get the full 25% bonus until you've leveled, what is it, 4? 5 characters? But it should slowly get faster. I'm just trying to think how many of my characters I'd actually want to level to 80 quickly. Day 1, let's think about it this way. We got 4 days early access. 1 day is going to be dedicated to purely gold making related stuff. The other 3 days can be leveling alts and probably fighting the login boss. Now, if I'm smart about it, I'll log on so early in the morning and then just won't log off ever. if we can manage that, we won't have to fight the login boss particularly much. Should get as much out of early access as possible.
A new experience.
Day 1, you log into all the characters at 70, have them collect them rested, speed run the first 5, and then have it be a breeze with the rested XP and the rest. Not a bad plan, is it? Not a bad plan.
Communication and... sorry. Hello.
Honestly, I won't be chasing gear the first few days, only through professions. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't particularly chase gear anyway, but the concept for me will be that I'll want at least my main character to be level 80 after the first day. Then we'll probably switch to doing some goal making sort of stuff. Because if it starts on super duper mega early Friday morning, I'm still not sure what to do, honestly, for the official launch. I'll probably decide this closer to the time, but it doesn't go live until 1 AM for me. And the thing that I'm concerned about more is that it will go live at 1 AM and then I'll sit in a queue for 4 hours. So I'm not doing an all-nighter just to sit in a queue. There's a strong chance, even though I know like Twitch streams and all of that, blah blah blah, but my probability is I'll just get up early in the morning, hopefully not have to deal with too much of a queue, or log on early enough, wake up, turn the computer on, get in the queue, and then go back to bed. and then when we finally get in, then we just go and we just don't log off ever. Why is it spicy? Woo. Hot potato. What time is it for me now? It's just gone midday. Just gone midday. So I'm pretty sure it goes live at 1 AM for me. 11 PM I think like Team EU. What do you have to do to get the world quests? I presume either complete the campaign or ding 80. It's usually one of the two. I'm not convinced they'll lock anything away from the professions in the first few days. The early access. I'm not convinced they'll hold anything back. Since I think there was obviously the uproar when they first told everybody that there's going to be 3-day paid for early access. And clearly there was so many people that were pissed with this. They just came out with a very PR answer of the, okay, well, we'll limit the amount of player power that people can obtain in those first few days. They still haven't told us exactly what it's going to be. And I'm going to be brutally honest. I don't expect them to do much of anything really, other than the absolute bare minimum. They're incentivized to do the bare minimum and the bare minimum only, because they want to sell as many copies at $90 a piece, right? They might limit our ability to, like, I can't even imagine what they will really limit, because we already know that we might not be able to do, like, even Mythic Zeros until Season 1 starts. So, I mean, by design, it's meant to be that the first couple of weeks is there for you to level your characters and do some of the rep grinds and that sort of stuff anyway. The only difference for a lot of us lot, being more sort of focused on goal making and that sort of likes, is that, well, we know categorically that goal making is a race, and it's a race that starts on day 1. We don't have this 2-week grace period before the raid opens up. We have those 2 weeks. That is when our race is, right? To get our get our characters leveled up, get our professions up and running, and it's in that 2 weeks where you make a lot of the gold. And you are making sure that when the raid does go live, you are ready to provide all of those raiders everything they could possibly want at maximum price for when they want it. So, but that's not a big enough of a deal for Blizzard to put artificial limitations, I think, on for the early access period. I don't think professions are going to be capped in any way whatsoever. It'll just be go mode. I'm talking against myself, but they should lock out professions and only allow leveling up your toons. Why? This would be the thing, right? The question then becomes why. There doesn't seem to be that much value in restricting the early access that heavily.
Conversation initiated. We are the bedrock. We are the foundation.
The Nerubians will soon start swarming from the north.
Place our defenses in their path. The honey will slow them
Spill a
down,
puddle of
and
cinder
the
honey
pollen
on the
will help us
ground
tear
that will
through
root the first 5 enemies that walk over it. Okay. Place a vat of boiling cinder brew nearby. Attacking the vat splashes mead onto nearby enemies. Place a basket of cinder bee pollen. Slow him down.
We are out of time. Come, let us
Okay.
get you on a storm rook. The edicts are my guide. May the edicts...
Prepare yourselves. They're coming.
Okay.
We will keep them gathered by the kegs, thin out the swarm, and stop them from getting past us.
Can I not move? Can't move, apparently.
And from wrecking my meadery before we do.
This is quite a cool quest. Playing a bit of whack-a-mole.
Belgrim, they're chewing through the fuses.
No, they severed all of the fuses.
Stay focused. These monsters cannot leave here
Am I
alive.
genuinely going to lose this? Am I that trash at this game? This is where my UI is working against me, because I can't see half the flipping. Oh, big dude.
Outlander, leave this to me.
Real-time cutscene. Love it.
Belgrim. Oh, twisting paths.
They don't lock it. The goblins who buy the early access will be light years ahead of everybody else. I bought it, don't get me wrong. FOMO got the best of me, but it's a predatory move from Blizzard. Oh, yeah, I don't disagree. It's a predatory. The entire concept of it, 100%, is a predatory move to make more money. I don't like the 3-day early access. I just don't think that Blizzard are going to restrict it that much. Because it's not in their interest to do so. And as we have seen in the gaming industry as of recently, when you sell something for $40 more and give people 3-day early access, 80% of people buy that version. It's the quickest and easiest justification for putting the price up by $40. I don't like it. I wish they wouldn't do it. But I like the game enough to, unfortunately, have to play the game. The advantage, though, may or may not be that big. It's big in terms of the fact that literally, see, from a goblin perspective, right, the reason why I don't think they'll really do... Hello? What the hell? Oh, he's a level 80 elite. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have pissed him off. The reason I don't think they'll do much of anything, if anything... is because even being able to level your characters is a goblinry advantage, right? We play the game in such a way that time is more often than not our biggest enemy. The only reason we can't do most of the stuff we want to do a lot of the time is because we don't have time to do everything. So if you get 4 days of extra time over anybody else, well, guess what? That's a massive advantage, right? Sure, people sleep and all that, but like to have nearly 100 hours head start on everybody else, even if you do nothing but level your characters, if you can get 3 or 4 characters leveled to 80 in the first couple of days, it means then when everybody else starts, you can then, even if when everybody else begins, you can then turn on the professions. While everybody else has got to spend the next 3-4 days leveling their professions, leveling their players first. You know, anything you can do in the game for the first 4 days is an advantage that can be used to further your progression over somebody else's. Which is why I don't think they will really hamper us in any way, shape, or form. Because most all of what you could do is ultimately pretty futile.
Outlander. I presume not all went well.
I would just rather they did. Time is money, exactly. They decide to heavily limit the people that have paid the big bucks for early access. That's going to feel terrible and also won't be great for PR. Oh, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like I said, there's only one reason why they've done it in the first place. There's literally only one reason why they've given out 3-day or provided 3-day early access. It is to make more money. That is the only reason. There is no other logical reason why they would do it. It's purely a money play, and so when it is 100% a money play, why would they ever then try and make less money? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Blizzard could just disable the knowledge point token or personal work orders during early access and it will stop people from getting too far ahead. They absolutely won't. They absolutely won't.
I serve the Titans unseen.
Absolutely no chance.
Tell me what has happened. Council work.
They have very deliberately been almost radio silent on what they're going to do in regards to limiting early access, and this is for a very good reason. That the very second they tell people, they will see a noticeable decline in the amount of people that pre-order it. It's a money play.
Yes.
When you know it's a money play, you can't throw logic at it, because your logic doesn't make money. Like I said, I would just wish they didn't do it in the first place. It's a scumbag move, and I don't like it. But I'm unfortunately not in a position to vote with my wallet, particularly.
More than anything, he wanted us to stand together again.
Then we will honor his memory by doing so. It will take time to fully repair the coreway.
Bought it with gold, so well, yeah, exactly. This is it. I didn't technically take my credit card out of my back pocket to pay the bonus, to pay the extra anyway.
No matter what,
I just had to cash in more of my gold to cover the cost of it.
Machine speakers back into the fold as well. Then the council will truly.
Most of the seasonal currencies you'll need to craft the big stuff won't be collectible before season 1 anyway.
Now,
Your sparks and the likes, yeah. The only thing that will feel really gross, and I can tell you for a fact this will happen, is that we'll have another frog situation on our hands. Because you know, categorically, you pay $90 and you get 4 days of early access. It is within those 4 days where exploit early, exploit often will be at its greatest, right? You know that the people that pay the premium to get in early will have access to all of the broken bits, and will be able to take advantage of the broken bits for 4 days. They'll all be hot fixed and all be polished off and all be removed just in time for the rest of the player base to start the game. And we'll have this frog situation on our hands again. That, oh, these people got, these people have got an advantage, and it's going to be shit. Like I said, the whole thing, early access in an MMO, is a terrible idea, which is why you can tell it's only a money move. 100% a money move. Because even Blizzard themselves know that it comes with significant downsides. But you know what is the significant upside? More money. So that's it realistically. Okay, we now have our Into the Deeps quest. So this is gonna we can now choose to go down south, or we can continue doing all of the rest of the quests from in the zone. Now I need to make my decision. Do I just work my way through? Or do we focus on lore mastering stuff and playing with each and every quest? Maybe getting a bit of an overview of the different zones before we lore master is probably the smarter play. About it. Decide. Let's decide by picking a button in here. Going to be some disgusting farms for sure. Yeah, hyper spawns that will be over hyper. Mobs that are dropping significantly more of a thing. Even simple stuff, right? There was some discussions going on in the Discord last night about the fact that there are certain starting area mobs that are dropping relatively lucrative items. Anything that you get in this first zone, material-wise, will be absolutely flooded on the auction house day 1, day 2. To link back to Dragonflight's launch, I want to say, I believe it was Rousing Earth. Rousing Earth, Awakened Earth. I believe after the second day of Dragonflight's launch, you could get Awakened Earth for like 10 gold a piece. It was outrageously cheap. And that's because every man and their dog was able to get some of it whilst leveling through the very first zone. And the first thing they did was dump it all on the auction house. About 4 days later, when everybody had finished going through the first zone and moved on to the second, third, and fourth zones, the price of it went up to about 100 gold. So if you bought it all up on day 1, when it was like rock bottom, people couldn't give it away kind of prices, a matter of 4 days later, you could 10x your initial investment. Now with early access, you're going to have first dibs on all of those deals. You're going to be able to take advantage of all of those, and people will turn up 4 days later. Once, believe it or not, after 4 days, you will start to see the prices of stuff sort of normalize a little bit. But people will already have like cashed in, right? They'll be gold cap deep on early investments. Not to mention, we don't even fully understand yet how the material market is going to play out. Looking at the professions in more detail, I shit you not, the material markets are going to be loopy, absolutely bonkers, because region-wide auction house, limited supply of quality 3 is the perfect storm for market resets. Goblins with really deep pockets are going to have a lot of fun flipping material prices. We're going to see materials spike in price day by day outrageously. There is going to be some big stonk opportunities because material qualities are going to matter even more. They give you up to 40% of the needed skill of a recipe by using better quality materials. People are going to focus aggressively on both making and also needing to buy quality 3 materials. From the word go, in Dragonflight at the beginning, quality 3 materials were nice to have, but they didn't make that much of a difference. But even then, quality 3 materials were expensive. Going into Dragonflight, it's going to be mental. Just came over from YouTube. The speed leveling guides allowed me to get all of the classes to level 70 in like 2 days. Nice. Good job. Well done. Welcome in, by the way. There's a really good Reddit WoW Economy post about herb farming I meant to link you. Forgot where it is now, though. About herb farming. What, on the... I've probably got the WoW Economy subreddit open. Maybe it's not anything particularly recent. Oh, it's on r/WoW. $150 knowledge points herbalism 1 day ago. That one. Let's get this on the main screen. Currently putting in hours on the beta exploring the most effective pathing for knowledge points in herbalism for launch. I have about 40 hours played so far, and at the making of this post, the beta's been live a week. I'd like to say it's a respectable amount of time. I've done the same thing. I did the same thing with the Dragonflight beta, but I definitely didn't predict where the cache would be and pathed quicker than most, but incorrectly. Currently have about 150 points in herbalism, and I'll break down every specialization and subspec. Bountiful Harvest, 45 skill to all herbs, enables rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, rank 1 to rank 2 and rank 2 to rank 3 refining for all herbs. This will be the first spec to max out. At Dragonflight's launch, those with rank 3 raw materials were raking in the dough, because every crafter wanted the best materials to push their skills as high as possible for rank 5 crafts. Each subspec under Bountiful Harvest will just increase your skill with that particular herb, allowing your finesse to proc more herbs and allowing you to gather Known Lotus more often. Botany increases your finesse to all herbs, allows you to gather whilst mounted, and allows you to restore vigor on herb gathering. Cultivation grants perception with all herb gatherers. Exactly like cultivation from Dragonflight, I really like collecting and playing around with the seeds in the Dragonflight beta, but I got bamboozled after they nerfed the soil spawns in the Emerald Sanctuary. There was just not enough soil to keep up with the supply of seeds. War Within beta is currently addressing this, making a farm with soil plots all over, kind of like the Mr. Pandaria farm. This is in Hallowfall. If soil can match seed supply, this can be very lucrative, as empowered herbs mines are the sole source of ley line residue, viridescent spores, writhing sample, and crystalline powder, which are your War Within rousing equivalents. They're used by all professions and will be in high demand. Not too sure, but irrespective. Enables green mulching. Okay, I don't care about the spec trees. Just what are the thoughts? I know what the spec trees do. Trap subspec. Its base skill only gives deafness on lush herb nodes. You don't even get deafness all gathering, just lush. Deafness I also feel is the trashiest stat too. I'd recommend avoiding this one like the plague. Green Thumb won't do much unless you are at high enough skill to get rank 3 herbs, in which the double gathering would be nice. And the mulching just seems crappy. 1 time small finesse bump, and for the cost of herbs, which will be gold lost. Chance at herbs. It may be adjusted, but as it stands is very bad. Mulching's a long-term thing by the sounds of things to me. taking some of your basic trash mycobloom and mulching it down for a little bit of a buff feels like more of an end of days optimization than it does early days profitability. For reference, these things, right, that you were mentioning here, to give some clarity, my opinions. Leyline residue, viridescent spores, writhing sample, and crystalline powder. Yes, these are materials that are similar in nature to Awakens in terms of the fact that they're relatively generic. But they are absolutely categorically nowhere near as aggressively used in Professions this time around. In Dragonflight, you couldn't craft anything without arousing touching it first. This was a problem because it meant that the herbs and the ore that you gathered meant nothing. You didn't care about them. They were the byproduct. What you were actually after with these things. Blizzard have seen that. Blizzard have addressed that. And they've made these things way more situational within your Professions. You'll use these occasionally, but they are not the be-all and end-all of Professions this time around. So yeah, they will be, you know, that to call them rousing equivalents, they act in a similar way, but they're not really the equivalent, because the Professions this time round are not so heavily weighted on these elemental. But they'll still sell. They'll still sell. I just don't think their importance is going to be anywhere near what we saw previously. I use a good bit of the blue ore too, but rousings was like 70% of my expense. Yeah, exactly. This was it. Like anybody that put like, this is one thing I said about my jewel crafting overview. Cutting gems in Dragonflight, you didn't care about the gem. It didn't matter about the cost of the gem. The gem, you just bought the gems. You didn't care. Like they were cheap. What you focused on was getting your awakened order at the best price, because that was the bottleneck material, right? It was the generically used bottleneck material. I can't even get across how much time I spent complaining about Awakened Order before the expansion even went live, because I could tell, you could see it from a mile away. This was going to be the bottleneck material for like most of Dragonflight crafting, and ultimately Awakened Order was like one of the most expensive materials throughout the entire expansion. Gatherers cared about nearly nothing other than getting as much Awakened Order as they possibly could. And it was clearly done, and I'm glad that they've at least addressed it. But to use Dragonflight logic to predict how the War Within will go doesn't necessarily always work, but it's another one of those. Time will tell, right? Where did we get further on down here, though? An additional charge of Overload, 40 skill to gathering empowered nodes. Second best spec to max after BH. Maxing this will give you 40 skill in all specialized nodes. To preface, you can get all the basic skills of every main specialization without dropping a single knowledge point. These are gapped at every 25 levels of skill. Once you choose your first specialization at 25, you'll be stuck there until you get 50 skill, allowing you to learn your next spec at 75. That I'd recommend starting with botany. Starting with this specialization gives you the basic skill that returns 1 vigor every time you gather a herb. Okay. I'd also kind of probably want to point out that at the moment on the beta, there's no cap to the amount of knowledge points you can obtain whilst going out gathering. I presume that is merely for testing. Now, this is only a presumption, but in Dragonflight, even the gathering professions were knowledge point locked. And I somewhat suspect they will do the same in the War Within. I'd be incredibly surprised if you can just continuously grind out knowledge points even on your gatherers. Very surprised. It would make a lot less sense to me for them to give gathering free reign to just go and complete the tree, and then heavily lock knowledge points down for the crafting professions. That seems like a bit of a conflict of interests. I mean, if the War Within goes live and the gathering professions are unlocked, well, then I know what I'm doing for the first 4 days, right? If I can cap out my herbalism and mining in the first 4 days, then I'm going to do that. But I can't imagine that'll actually end up being a thing. Stupid Order is why all of the engineering toys cost a fortune. I despised Awakening Order. I really did. Right, let's travel down here then. Let's head down to the next zone. I think it's better for the purpose of my overall understanding of the game if we play through each of the zones campaign-wise first. And come back and lore master on character 2 or whatever. Guess who's back? Manthe the Gatherer. Hey, I don't object to gathering. Gathering has its, you know, has its day. It was very interesting in Dragonflight just how much gold you could make with gathering, and it was even more surprising to me how few people knew it. And I guess I mean, there was, to put it into reference for people, throughout most of patch 10.0. Not all of 10.0, but for a lot of patch 10.0, it was more than possible to be making like 100,000+ gold an hour with gathering. And I can't believe it's seemingly stayed so much of a secret for so long. Those that really focused on their gathering and knew where to put the points properly and understood that Awakened Order was the key to success, they creamed it for the first patch via gathering. That said, it may mean that people won't make the same mistake twice, and it may mean that people are way more educated on exactly how gathering is going to be able to print gold for people. And more so than anything, as we've mentioned, if quality 3 materials are going to be such big business as we suspect they might be, that, you know, the demand will be impossible to ignore, honestly. When you've got quality 1 and quality 2 herbs on the auction house for like 5 and 10 gold a piece, and then your quality 3 herbs are 50 gold a piece, people will notice that quite quickly and they'll be like, oh, okay, we'll go get some herbs then, shall we? When people go to the auction house and they get, you know, they get a 10,000 gold bill for buying a few flasks, they'll be like, huh, maybe I should go gather some herbs then.
Appreciation offered.
Buried legs. Does alchemy still buff flask duration? Yeah, there are some hidden passives within it that will do such a thing. So same old in that scenario. Where else can I help out down here?
Check on the others. I'm functional.
I hope it's half as good to me as Dragonflight was. I think if you I think there is much more opportunity for more people to make a reasonable amount of gold this time around, which I think is very nice. I wanted going into Dragonflight, I wanted their core concept of pushing different players to go in different directions to like balance everything out a little bit, so that while you go and play over here, you go and play, and I'm talking just within professions here, mind, but like you go play over here and you go play over here, then maybe hopefully both of you can get a equal share of the pie. That was obviously the concept going into Dragonflight, but when there was still no limitation to how many times you could press the button, it was just a race to the finish line from the word go. And unfortunately, in a lot of scenarios, that race was won by people who exploited. You could win the enchanting race by figuring out the way to guarantee yourself quality 3 crafts only. And then, hey presto, 100k enchants turned up out of nowhere. And some people made tens of millions of gold in a single week.
A garden here.
This time round, I'm hoping concentration will make it so that each and every player that wants to play with professions can get them leveled up and can craft a handful of things, knowing that there's nobody else out there that can actually make more than a handful of things as well. So I'm hoping that this is a touch of hopium for sure, but I really am hoping that this concentration mechanic does create more of an even playing field for anybody that wants to have a go. What's this? Hero talent 7 out of 10, lore 8 out of 10, delve 7 out of 10, profession 6 out of 10, zones 8 out of 10. The smaller quests 8 out of 10. Warbands 9 out of 10. I mean, generally overall it's looking pretty good, can't argue. Unraveling was busted. Yeah, you could scale that stuff to the hills. Secret strat's just a gathering war mode. Basically had every zone entirely to myself for the first week of Dragonflight. And you were getting the PvP mats. Couldn't take a step without stumbling on another bloody node. Was getting like 500 rousing blood per session. Yeah. That wasn't even the most optimal way to dominate it. But it was fun. It was fun all the same.
You have my focus. May the deep...
Can I suppose we're in a cave, aren't we? I was just thinking that, can we make, is this like, does this zone have like same feel 24 hours a day? If I pop a, where have they gone? Oh, there is a daytime in here. Okay. Ah, okay, that looks much nicer. That looks much nicer. Doesn't feel quite so Zaralek cavern-y. Dusty Prospector's chest, carved stone file, underground stropping pound. Dusty Prospector's chest. That sounds very much like, how do we get to that? How do we get to that? That sounds incredibly like jewel crafting knowledge point. How do we get to the damn thing? How do we get to it? Where is it? Alright, we'll find that in a minute.
I speak for the machines.
Loving the YouTube videos, keep them coming. Indeed, indeed.
Return if
Enchanting comes out later today, by the way.
May your cause hold true.
I'm yet to make a thumbnail for it, but figure that one out.
Please proceed.
How do you travel from one zone to another?
Is that Bryn? Speak
Oh,
of
right
the
now
Lord.
you can just...
Thank
Okay, the
Titans
map's
you're
scuffed,
here.
but
We
this is
lose
how it
more
works
of
right
our
now.
kin with
Okay.
each passing shift. Returning to work.
What is all this?
Need something to do? Speaker Bryn, you've returned. Unlike the missing shipments from Taylock and its foreman.
So is this our second main city by the looks of things? Lots of vendors and stuff here. General
Your
goods.
next task, purchase something. Another satisfied customer.
Ooh, quartermaster right here. Waxmonger Squick. Engineering, inscription, mining. Guacamole? Yes. Guacamole. Mole. Ah, love it. Love it. Crimson Mud Nose. Very nice. The guacamole's cool. So you are the quartermaster of who? The Assembly of the Deeps. Okay. Blacksmith. Who else we got around here? Let's have a little wander. See who's who and what's what.
Make it quick. We're busy. Praise the machine. It's Bryn. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids? The High Speaker won't lift a finger to help.
Carved stone file. Jewel crafting knowledge. I assumed as much. Put that in the notes. Where's my jewel crafting notes? Who's stolen my jewel crafting notes? Time treasures. What was that thing called? Carve stone file. Where are we? We are Gundagus. 48. Wait, what? Hang on, what's Streamlabs screaming and shouting about? Like add-ons a week or ago. Fix that. These things called carved stone file. $48.35. Did I say $48.35 a minute ago? Say $48.35. I'm gonna make notes. I should make proper notes. $48.35. Go. wait. I hope Anduin dies? What's going on here? Zan's stirring up a storm. Start a riot. Can't have that talk. Can we ban him? Duked. Turn to somebody's house. Or house. Hang on, what's in here? Who are you? Underground stropping. What's stropping mean? Underground stropping compound. Leatherworking knowledge points? Ah, leatherworking knowledge point. Okay. Next on the list. Sorry, there's going to be lots of this over the next few weeks. Me finding something and then taking notes so that I don't forget it. Underground dropping, whatever the hell that means. Compound leatherworking. Where are we? 47.35. Do you want my list of everything I have so far? Maybe. I'm also trying to make sure I get screen grabs of everything as well, so I will scour the community soon. Once what if I'm missing things? If I'm missing things, I will for sure be questioning.
Directive.
So this awakening machine is what recharges the earthen?
Yes, but it has been broken for millennia. Moira, please continue speaking to the
Off
citizens here.
to a wedding. Have a good one. Hey, weddings are fun. Enjoy.
Problem.
Have a good weekend. Have you ever seen a barber swish his razor on a long strap thing? That's stropping. Oh, okay. What today I learned. Nice one.
Look at this mess.
Oh, hey up, what? Run, flee, the kobolds are coming. Run away.
Begin speaking. Please
Oh.
proceed. You are at
Oh, I guess only one of these answers is the right one, okay.
another interruption.
Where's the third dude?
Please, proceed.
No. No.
You are acknowledged.
Yes.
As expected, I suppose. We're engineers and craftsmen.
Do you know if we level a character to 17 Remix, does those characters stay when the expansion comes or they get deleted? They get converted into regular retail level 70 characters at the end of the event. So yeah, a lot of people right now are using Remix as a way to level a bunch of alts ready for the new expansion. And honestly, I need to do more of it because I think having a bunch of alts is going to be very useful. Especially considering you can level them so goddamn fast. Weddings equal food and drink. Not better than food and drink. Often free food and drink. Yes, yes. That's the best. I'm going to a wedding at the end of July. I can't wait.
I will ensure your name is in the archive.
Unless you have your own wedding. I remember our wedding was not cheap.
I attend to the archive.
Luckily, myself and Mrs. Manthias didn't feel the cost of our wedding too aggressively, as we just sold our flat in the UK and made quite a nice tidy profit on it, meaning we were able to pay for our wedding from the profits of selling our house in the UK, while still being able to afford a place over in Finland, though. Okay. Otherwise, weddings are hella expensive. Homeless but married. Yeah. Scary dark chest. Where are you then? Oh, hello. What is this? What is this? A companion? Ooplax. Straight up companion. Got Squidward. Nice. Little squid dude. Summon, rename, set as favorite. Not cageable. Although, why does it not... Why can I not cage anything? What's happened to my ability to cage shit? Hello? Odd. Okay. Worry about that another day. Still saying that chest is there. How do I... Looted... What's it called? Scary... Dark... Chest... Icon... Days... On that. It's either a bug or I've done something wrong. What's this one? Deep lost satchel. How do we get up to that thing then? Okay, don't know where this satchel is. Might be in the spot. Aha, here's a deep lost satchel. These like just the regular treasure things. They look like, don't they? Glittering glass. Glittering glass? Okay. Jewel crafting materials. Turn 100 coffer key shards into a restored coffer key to be used to obtain loot at the end of bountiful delves. Okay, you need 100 to turn into 1. Ouch. I got 1 shard from a treasure. How long is leveling 70 to 80 taking me? Well, it'll take me about a year, but it'll take everybody else. I suspect an hour per level is not an unreasonable amount. That's kind of like the maths I usually have in my head. Not to mention the more times you've done it, there's a stacking buff. There's a 5% stacking buff that stacks up to 5 times depending on how many ults you've leveled, so it will slowly get faster as well. Just realised I've answered that after everybody in chat's already helped you out. Whoops! Sometimes a little bit slow, apparently, on checking the chat. You. Flicker flame candles. Yoink. Don't mind if I do. Who are you? Flicker flame candle crusher. Dungeon that goes to this area is wild. Yeah, I want to try. I usually try, whenever I'm testing this sort of stuff, I usually try and leave the dungeons to be like a little bit of an unknown. For Dragonflight, for example, I didn't test a single dungeon throughout the entire alpha or beta because I wanted to kind of keep them. I wanted to keep that little bit of an experience an unknown. But honestly, for the new expansion, for this expansion, I'm probably not going to go by that theory. Well, for starters, we've already done one of the dungeons. I kind of did the rookery accidentally because it's part of the campaign. But I like the fact now that they're integrating the dungeons into the campaign, and they can do that more comfortably because of follower dungeons, which I think is really quite smart. So we will probably have a little bit of a poke around in most of the dungeons as well as we level. I'm by no means trying to do this fast though, so ignore the amount of time it takes me to do anything. Once the game goes live and once everybody is in zoom mode, you'll do it much faster. Yeah, the leveling buff, I think it's linked to an achievement. I don't know what the achievement's called, but there's something that is maybe if we go expansion features, no. Gonna be interesting potentially. You can track it somewhere. Here we go then. The Warband Mentor, the War Within. Reach level 80 with one character, rewards 5% additional experience up to 80. This is a multi-tiered achievement. You can stack it up to 5 times for a bonus 25% experience up to 80. Who's here on the new Twitch app? I'm hearing a lot of people hate it. I don't know about you guys, but I never watch Twitch streams off my phone. Now, I don't know if I just fall into a minority there, but YouTube... I watch YouTube videos off my phone all day long. You know, I'll flick through Reddit, or I'll flick through like TikTok or something on my phone, no problem. But Twitch has never been something that I've even considered using my phone for. And I think it's a consumption habit more so than anything else. Like, if I'm watching a stream, it means I'm usually at my computer and I'm often playing a game on another screen, you know? And I'll have somebody stream up on the side. And I assume this is the exact same scenario that most of you guys have got on the go right now. When I'm way less likely to watch a stream when I'm just chilling on my phone. I don't know why. It just doesn't seem to have that same sort of like social media need to have consumption on my phone kind of feels. If that makes sense. When I'm watching a stream, it's usually a side hustle while I'm also at the PC. That said, the new Twitch app, it's they've updated some things for creators as well. You can see analytics and stuff now on the Twitch app. But I did try that out the other day, and it was trash. Like, it was trash. You couldn't see even half of your actual stream analytics.
That was certainly an
So,
exhaustive list.
the creator dashboard behind the scenes, all it showed me was my most recent stream and the stats for my most recent stream. which is handy. But the thing I actually try to track, because I am a bit of a stats nerd, is I like to compare, well, what did this stream do well compared to this other stream? You can't do that on the Twitch app on the phone, so reality is I won't use it.
Back to work. Conversation terminated.
Stay out of dark. No take anything I no take. You take key from culture.
That's an upgrade.
And
There
destroy
you go.
the rigs he stole. They could spell disaster for Gundergaz.
Anybody remember the Twitch PC app? I don't know why that even existed. Ooh, look at this place. Big underground mine. All the sparklers. Hey, these are the engineering mounts, look. The same model. On. 2. This place is cool with all the candles. I was so happy when Twitch sold Curse. Hated that the most. It made any difference to me personally.
I need to get close.
We need to be doing anything else down here. We need some cog chewer's keys, apparently. Maybe there's a big dude up here. Is that this fella? Oh, who's just dead. Whoops! Too slow. After the sale, CurseForge no longer reports income to tax agencies. Wait, what? I mean, that's illegal, right? Sent you with a 3 stream streak. God, that's difficult to say, isn't it? Thank you very much. Welcome in. Where's this big dude then? There he is. He got a lot of health. I was only got a mil health. He's... how do we get out of here? Did I come in that way? Come in on this lift? Is this actually a lift? Lift me. Am I just being impatient? Or is that not the way I came in? Hang on. Oh my god, I'm completely lost. How do we get out? It was up there, wasn't it? How do I get out of this joint? It's going to be the most obvious thing in a minute, and I'm going to feel so dumb. Ladder. How do we get out? Lift do lift things. It doesn't look like a lift. We trapped? Oh, look, there's some stairs over this way. There we go. Whew. Panic over. Panic over. Panic averted. I've been proven stupid again on stream. No, it's an inside. We can't mount, we can't fly, we can't do nothing. I had to fix my dumb moment myself. With the careful assistance of stream chat. I was genuinely about to use Hearthstone then.
You have keys?
What is your query?
I guess I can't report a bug if it's just my own stupidity, right?
Back, right?
That's not how it works.
You have my focus.
LA attacks have a chance to set the target ablaze, dealing a bunch of fire damage. Your ranged attacks have a chance to send a vengeful flame towards your target. Spirit grows as it travels towards the target, dealing up to 100% additional fire damage. Oh, that sounds cool.
May the deep
Give me one of those, please.
ring. We'll meet you on the inside.
Good to be free, but attack from front is bad.
Retake the mines. Is that this thing? Where is this? Is this one of the dungeons? Oh no, Candle Boss. How long does it take to get from 70 to 80? Just casual. I would guess. I mean, I've not done it yet, but about an hour level. After the sale, CurseForge no longer reports income to tax agencies. Oh, oh, you mean if you get paid for the add-ons on there? I see. Right. Yeah.
Too strong to attack like this.
Most companies don't these days. You are responsible for dealing with your own taxes. I have to go through a whole rigmarole of stupidities to report things like Patreon income and stuff.
Conversation initiated.
It doesn't just happen automatically.
Yep, you got this. Chris show kobolds and warrens they no need Candle King.
Oh, this is the Dark Flame
Seems I
Cleft.
underestimated the
Okay.
problem. And you, Skitter.
Hop on a flying mount, scout the safe area, pamphlets distribute.
That's better than other earthing.
Oh, it's actually like a proper sort of dragon riding quest integrated into the questing as well now.
Lots of room.
Hey, this is cool.
Many jobs too. Candle making, wax harvest, scrap salvage.
Why does this skitter dude sound like flipping Gollum's long lost cousin?
Everywhere.
Bear, where's the bear? Bear? Dead. He's dead. You nuked him.
Brink and Skitter find a good place to set up. Flare out.
If Gollum and Jar Jar Binks had a baby, glued a candle to its head. Oh, that's actually very accurate. That's literally it. Right, I'm going to take a break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and grab a drink. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. I wish more Twitch chat would move over to YouTube. It feels weird being the only one talking in chat most of the time. The I'm quite pleased with the, because I don't, how do I phrase this, right? I don't expect anybody on YouTube to particularly watch on YouTube, right? Like there's no denying, and this, don't take this the wrong way, but Twitch is still the main platform for me when it comes to streaming. But I have noticed that there is a distinct advantage to doing it on both simultaneously. And it's actually, in recent days, in recent weeks, really helped cross-promote both platforms. So, yes, more people on the Twitch, more people live on the Twitch side for the streaming still, but that's because it's the dedicated platform. I think that's always going to be the case. And the chatting side of stuff is not quite as fluid on YouTube. So I get why more people will be, you know, there's more chatter going on Twitch for sure. There usually always is, but I think it's I'm like I said, I'm quite pleasantly surprised just what the concurrent viewership ends up being on YouTube. It's very quiet, but I'm glad people are happy to just have it in the background, chill. It showcases that, you know, it's not just people sort of like with my stream open like permanently in the background on Twitch or something, inflating numbers or something. It's it shows me that people are actually tuning in for the content, which is, you get that there's more of that community feel on Twitch, which is why I think people are far more comfortable chatting on there as well. Whereas YouTube, it's, you know, probably less than 1% of people even leave comments on YouTube. The culture on YouTube has so much so been for so many years that, you know, you'll drop a comment on a YouTube video, maybe. But even then, not that many people, relative to the viewers at least, will even comment on a YouTube video. So people are not used to chatting per se on YouTube either. So hence it's always a little bit quieter. And I'm hoping one advantage is that we have some background music usually playing on Twitch. But on YouTube, due to copyright reasons, we don't play any background music at all. Which also gives people options, right? If they want to play, if they violently disagree with the music I'm listening to at the time, they can always hop into the YouTube stream and still enjoy the content and play their own tunes in the background. I usually watch on YouTube, but then if I have questions, I'll come over to Twitch. Oh, really? Okay. That's interesting. Maybe I don't make it quite so apparent that I do actually have... I just have both chat channels up on my left-hand monitor. I do read them both. It's usually that it's... sometimes I'm a bit slower to react to the YouTube comments, but that's mostly because they're fewer in number. It's much easier for me to accidentally see the Twitch chat scrolling in like my peripheral vision. Whereas the YouTube chat, especially when it's mostly dominated by one or two people, it's not as easy for me to quickly see that something's changed. It's not even glancing less frequently at it, because they're literally both right next to each other on my next screen. I have OBS and I have the two chat channels next to each other. It's just, it's not always so obvious for me to quickly glance and see that, oh, that's a new message. On YouTube, because of all of the... on Twitch, because everybody has different colored names and everybody has different icons and stuff, it's very visually easy as a streamer to see the Twitch chat move in your peripheral vision. YouTube communities, yeah, I'm not saying the YouTube community is any less passionate about the stuff that they watch and stuff. It's just more so that the culture on YouTube is just different to on Twitch. How do I free more kobolds? Where are they? That one? Oh shit, hang on, what's this? The Assembly Deep's Commendation, Big Gold Nugget, Gilded Candle, Wax Canary, Cracked Gem. What was that I just picked up? Whatever it was I think that was like a one-time treasure maybe for rep. That's an interesting one. Was that a treasure icon on my map there? Did anybody pay close enough attention? Because I didn't. I thought that was a quest item and then realised too late that it wasn't. Killed all of these. Where are the oppressed ones? Be very quiet. His vision is based on movement. YouTube stream works better on phone since the YouTube app is optimized much more. Therefore, when I'm on mobile, I'll watch you there. But when the 80s music kicks in, or we're on the 3rd or 4th Britney song, yeah, this is why I've been a little bit in two minds about like having sort of thing going on below the camera that shows what the tunes are at the time. Because on Twitch, I get messaged quite frequently, oh, what's that song that's playing? I hope it doesn't sort of distract too much on YouTube when you can't hear it. I'll often try little UI things out, and then a few days later decide whether I like them or not, and they either stay or they go. YouTube just needs to let you color names. I mean, that would help. That would help. YouTube chat is this is one of the biggest concerns. It's one of those things that's really hard to quantify why it's an issue and what they need to do to fix it. Yeah, the fact that just little simple things like the names in YouTube chat don't really sort of stand out or differentiate themselves very well. Maybe it's more difficult for people to have that like sense of identity on YouTube compared to Twitch. I don't know. Isle of Refuge. Where's this one then? This sounds like another dirt pile to me. What are you? Isle of Refuge. Ah, you are. You're just like a random ass treasure. Another one of these coffer key shards. My dad dropped and spilt a 1 litre bottle of laundry detergent right outside my room earlier, and my God, have my nostrils been chemically bombarded all day long. That's a father's way of telling his son that he needs to stop playing video games and take a shower. Literally flush you out the house.
For sin, lit up like a magma vent, he did.
There's lots of little treasure things you can interact that don't show up on the minimap as well. Are we talking dirt piles here? I've not stumbled across much that screams dirt pile yet, but
bring back snack.
Also don't find dragon shards.
You'll be back, right?
The machines must be preserved.
Never even knew you played music because I used to only ever watch the short form videos. Really hate the Twitch video player. It's not the best. The only advantage, one advantage Twitch does have, and I don't know how they are better at this than YouTube, is they seem to be able to deal with like stream latency way better on Twitch. I have no idea why. It could just be because they are significantly a smaller platform. Plus, I think YouTube automatically encodes everything. And sure, they can encode the video very quickly, but the fact they are still encoding it their end first does add like a couple of seconds of latency difference, even if you put it on like fast mode. Whereas Twitch, I think they'll just like, they don't do anything with it. They just broadcast it and let you take it, sort of thing. Oh, what? Get off me. Oi, put me down. I do like the fact that I can broadcast in higher quality on YouTube, though. I don't really push the limits. I think I broadcast in, like, 10 megabits per second, I think, for YouTube. It's a variable bitrate to YouTube, where it's a fixed one to Twitch. But the stream technically should be slightly sharper on YouTube as well. If I ever... I deliberately don't... I've never bothered to buy anything more than a 1080p monitor, just because I would still only stream in 1080p anyway. But when the day comes that I can start streaming reliably in higher resolution, that's where I think, and that's where I think the Twitch is going to have to play catch up with that at some point. 6 megabits per second limitation on Twitch is tragic. You probably shouldn't be sending anything to Twitch higher than 720p video at that sort of rate. How they can have like 1080p, 1440p streams with 6K bitrate is outrageous to me. But clearly they manage it somehow. YouTube can handle any bitrate. Yeah, I mean, they'll just take it. YouTube just deals with it. They got no problems. They'll take whatever quality you can send their way. Is this a rare? Oh, it is. Candle Flyer Captain. Get it gone. Nuke his ass.
I need to target something first.
Anything juicy? A seatbelt. Always wear your seatbelt.
Not high enough level to use
What? Oh, I got to be level 73 to use it. Oh, okay. Cool. Good afternoon, lads. You look renewed, refreshed, and ready for more beta content. Oh, I wish I was renewed, refreshed, and ready for more beta content. I appreciate the compliment all the same. I am not, though. I have not had a day off in over a month. I am exhausted. Truth be told. That leads me on to actually saying, firstly, thank you, welcome in. Secondly, I do have to take a forced day off tomorrow. Shame. We are booked in to go to our summer place tomorrow to do its like early season clean up, tidy up, you know, maintenance sort of stuff. It's a full family occasion. We're all booked in. Attendance is mandatory, so I will be out of action tomorrow. No video games for me tomorrow. I will probably do my best to record another profession overview, keep the ball rolling in that regard, but there'll be no stream tomorrow. Whoa, who are you? Fuck him up. In a weird way, I didn't necessarily deliberately start to do like a 30-day stream challenge. It kind of turned into one though for me a little bit. As I have always known that consistency in this regard. Oh my god, we looted huge amounts of stuff. Increase your Dragon Owl's jewel crafting by 1. Is that going to be one of my weekly pickups then? Raging Roots requires herbalism. Or did I get it off this Waxtail Snuffer dude? I don't know. Now I don't know where I got that from. But that looks like it could very much be one of our weeklies. Throw that in the notes all the same. What was it called? Chipped Tear Stone. Now, I'm going to assume I looted it from this guy. But Raging... Oh wait, is that saying Dragon Isles? Oh, it is saying increased Dragon Isles. Whoops! Okay, that's probably an implementation thing. Put some asterisks on that one so we know that it's not that legit. Probably likely to change. Can always come back and try these again. Okay. I'm going to assume we're probably not meant to get the Dragonflight ones. They just haven't changed them.
Candle King Rick, Bullies Rick, just one thing left to do.
Which can technically accept 8K bitrate, but part of that goes towards audio too, so you need to leave a little bit empty for that. Yeah, I know. I actually upload to Twitch in 7.5 for that exact reason.
My candle, not lit. Keep eyes out for shinies. Yep, you got this.
Hey, we're 73. Now we can use that belt. Now we can put our seatbelt on, look. Safety first.
Friends have food, right?
Didn't we get a trinket off one of the... Where's that trinket gone? 460 boots. Let's put those on. Where were we meant to get a trinket for something earlier? Melee attacks. We ain't doing none of that business. Here we go. Boink.
You remember, I'm helpful. Stay out of dark.
Oh shit, what did that button do? I really didn't read that, did I? New candle, new hope, cobalt disguise. Oh. Oh, we're in the dungeon. It's thrown us into the dungeon again. Okay. Is the leveling pace good? Are XP gains hyperinflated to hit 80 faster? I think they're a little inflated right now, but I'm also not exactly doing anything very fast. You noted. I'm very slow and steady at the moment. Am I meant to be dealing with all of this? I mean, I can. This seems like a lot of hard work. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Disguise yourself as a kobold to infiltrate the mines. Whoops. Whoops. Maybe I'm not meant to be harvesting this place for everything it's got then. Quick, get out of combat. Put a disguise on. There we go. Extinguish the large candles scattered about the chamber. Plunging the area into darkness and draw... Okay, cool. Usually can't catch you when you're live, but been watching you since Shadowlands. Helped me become a real goblin. Ah, appreciate it. Glad you've had some success. That's the goal. This feels just like this feels like a scenario within... dungeon. I guess it's maybe a smart way to introduce you to the dungeon without you actually doing the dungeon, if that makes sense. How do I make you not spot me? Can I sneaky around here?
Just dark.
Plunge you into darkness.
If you keep light inside.
What's your plan when the expansion goes live? To play the game a lot. I don't really have much of a plan yet, and it changes every time somebody asks me. My suspicion is with the 4 days early access, I will use that to level up a bunch of toons. But that's just my first initial thoughts on it. That could and probably will change by the time it actually goes live.
Too big to be scared of dark, was he?
Oh, Waximus. Oh, look at you. It makes a lot of sense to me to use the 4-day early access to at least level 1, if not 2 characters. Much past what I plan to do after that, though. It's probably heavily focused on just smashing out some professions, honestly. How do I... Oh, I guess if I just take off my disguise, we can then pew him, right? What's going on here? Wait a minute, you're not a kobold. I know. Well, get him gone. Get him gone. That works.
I need to target something first.
If in doubt, hit it very hard. I'll put my costume back on. Out moly moles coming through. During leveling, there are these quests that are kind of like follower dungeons, but not quite. So you see the dungeon story during leveling, even more solo. Yeah, I quite like this. This is quite a smart way to say, hey, look, this is the dungeon. Here's a sneak peek of it. My goal is to run 5 level 80s so that 25% is then ready for when the rested experience maxes out after 10 days. Oh, I see. Well, you have 1 million alts, so that makes a lot more sense for you. I do not have quite so many alts. Although, who knows by the time we finish with Remix how many alts we'll have, but aha. Give me the loot. Give me all the loot. Bit of gold. Give me all the loot. All got chocolate coins. Yes, please. Are you happy with the hunter changes? The hunter tree, this tree, there's a few things I definitely don't like about it. Mostly being the one that I have to spec into Tar Trap to get my interrupt, which feels gross. Because I really don't want Tar Trap. Like, I have no use for Tar Trap, and most of the time it's not a talent. It's not a button I would choose to take, but being forced to go through it just to get my interrupt seems really, really, really gross. Also, I got to the point quite quickly with the main hunter tree where I had points to spend and I didn't really want to spend them anywhere. That's a me problem though. The other side of the tree though, I couldn't get enough points. I wanted everything. I wanted all of the buttons. So, +1, -1, for me, it's absolutely fine. I'm not, you know, hyper min-maxy with my characters in any way, shape, or form, though. So, my opinion is, yes, I will still play a hunter. And I will still play BM, and I still will refuse to play survival. All good. Haven't really touched the professions. I'm always afraid of losing money. Well, there's many options where you can use the professions without any risk. They're often referred to as gathering professions. If you're just running around picking stuff up, anything you sell it for is an increase to your gold amount. It just then, the argument then becomes that, was it worth your time to do it? Ooh. Which one do we want? Crossbow, gun, crit verse, haste mastery. We are haste poor.
Protect us from big bats.
Or maybe I'm just way too used to having more haste than I know what to do with because of Remix.
I attend to the archive.
Ooh, big chunk of reputation. Nice.
I am sorry for what has happened to your people. I understand what it feels like to watch your home slip away.
Sacco, how we doing? Welcome in. Bunch of betas over here, yep. That is true. What's the consensus? Vacation on release or 1 week later? How buggy is the beta? I mean, the beta's buggy. There's no denying that there is plenty of bugs. In regards to when to take your vacation, I'm not the person to ask, honestly. I play this game for a living. In that regard, I am always on vacation. I'd still suggest if you want to do any gold making, then if your focus is on gold making, then you want early access and you want to start as quick as possible. If you're more concerned about like the raiding and gearing side of things, then it'll be a leisurely stroll up until the start of the season. Then your game will begin.
We're currently investigating. You would be wise to avoid that distant destination. No further questions. Return to your assigned duties. Praise the High Speaker.
Now sending us off to the next questing zone. It is, yeah.
They need to hear about this.
In the meantime, I want to investigate Taylor.
So torn since the stupid work order implementation. Still trying to figure out how I want to play the game.
With you, lad. Prince,
I see. I just have a very strong understanding. Honestly, I know that I couldn't care less about work orders until they give crafters some fairer way of saying, "Hey, look, this is what we can craft, and this is what we're charging." The number one frustration for me about the whole thing is not even the fact that we have to use trade chat, but the fact that it locks you down to doing nothing but standing there spamming trade chat. This is all I want. I want the flexibility to be able to go out and play the game. This is hence why the auction house worked so well for so many years. That I could craft my stuff, I could do my crafting when I want to do my crafting. I could make a bunch of things and then I could put them on the auction house and I could go out and play the game. Then you'd go out and play the game and you'd come back to the auction house and you'd see what had sold. And you'd recraft stuff and you'd rinse and repeat. It allowed you to designate your time to do the things that you wanted to do. With work orders, I have to designate my time to crafting. And part of that is just standing practically AFK, spamming a button. I can't do anything else during that period, realistically. I can't do anything else because the second I stop spamming that trade chat button is the very second you stop getting whispers to craft things for other people. And that's not changing. From at least what we've seen, that's not changing in any way, shape or form. There is one thing. Now, this isn't something that most people are going to be able to replicate. But there is some streamer benefits to this whole crafting order system in the War Within. Guild work orders are likely to also be cross-faction and cross-realm. If guild work orders become cross-faction, cross-realm, I put all of my crafters in a guild and then I stream. Anybody on Team EU can then whisper me and I can make things for them. I invite them to the guild, they place their order, I craft it, they leave the guild and they go about their day. That's kind of, you know, in my opinion, it's a little bit clever use of game mechanics, isn't it, really, here? But that's the only viable way that I might actually spend any significant time doing work orders. But of course, not everybody has that flexibility, you know? How's the catch-up for professions? Is it worth spending the time? There is no catch-up for Dragonflight professions. Don't bother. Maybe if you could access work orders from anywhere. Well, that doesn't make a blind bit of difference, unfortunately, because it's your spamming of trade chat that is going to put your services in front of others. The second you stop doing that is the second you stop getting people whispering you to make something for you. Unless you happen to already be an incredibly well-known, incredibly established crafter already on your realm. Which some people will and have done. You know, a good crafter will spread like wildfire, word of mouth. It was quite well known in Dragonflight, for example, that if you had the Elemental Lariat recipe, that you'd craft for one person, that one person would go, and then somebody else in their guild would whisper you to say, hey, can you make mine as well, sort of thing. There was like word of mouth advertising in that regard. But the reality is, for the most part, if you are not screaming and shouting in trade chat, or even if you're not screaming and shouting in trade chat, you at least need to be watching trade chat for when anybody says looking for crafter to make X, Y, and Z. You still have to have your focus and attention on trade chat. And it's the biggest gripe for me about the whole system. And it's the reason why I just don't do work orders. I'll happily figure all this shit out and tell people what is the best plan of action to take advantage of work orders. I'm just unlikely to do much of it myself. I'll probably much more... It's looking more and more like I will spend my concentration on each of my crafters daily, crafting as many high quality materials as I can achieve. And then from that point on, I will focus on selling those for the highest price. And depending on how much I plan to stream, we might do some auction housey shenanigans. But I also, once again, have the... This is where streamer privileges work against me. Because if I try doing any work order shenanigans... sorry, if I try and do any auction house flipping, for example... If I'm broadcasting it to a bunch of people exactly what it is I'm doing and when I'm doing it, it's super easy for it all to just go horribly wrong. Which is... Jeweler's Delicate Drill. Where the hell is this? It's got to be in here, hasn't it? Which is why in... why you haven't seen me do much sort of auction house stuff in Dragonflight. Because I can't do it on stream. I mean, I can. It just doesn't work. And is likely to go wrong. Multiple times I did something auction housey at the beginning of Dragonflight, and by the end of the day the market was tanked. So my play realistically is set up a guild and just do work orders for everybody that wants stuff crafted, assuming I can make it. Now, Jeweler's Delicate Drill. This has got to be a... This absolutely screams Jewel Crafter's knowledge points. It is. It is. Note it down. Note it down. Jewelers. What was it? I've spelt that wrong. I can't figure out why. Where am I? 57, 57, 55 technically, I suppose. In the cave, the rampaging. Called this dude called that's trying to kill me right now. Rampaging Skardin. Where's it gone? Time treasures. Crafting. Deeps. What was it called? Forgotten what it was. Delicate jeweler's delicate drill. Right. Escape! Run away! What professions do I have? Well, I have everything on retail. For the moment, I have jewel crafting and leatherworking on my main character. Does anybody know a website or similar where I can set up a notification for cheap WoW token price? I don't know if you can set up notifications. The tokens shouldn't actually swing in price too aggressively day by day. So if you're... I mean, the token is at its absolute highest right now. The token's not going to get much cheaper. In fact, it's probably only likely to go up again in the next couple of months. So I'd be hesitant to be buying many tokens with gold right now, unless you absolutely must. I'm not sure if there's anywhere that doesn't. I'm sure there's something somewhere that does like Discord notifications or something. Don't. Yeah, unfortunately.
Intruders, the beasts inside.
Did he just...
How do you decide what to price work orders at? Well, for Dragonflight, I don't have the largest amount of experience with this. Because I don't do them. But if I was to... In the War Within, it will be a little bit different. Because in most cases, at least early days, you're going to find that your work orders that you fulfill for other people will consume your concentration. And you as a player will probably want to put a value to how much you can make per day. Like, if it's going to take 10% of your concentration, it's going to take 50 concentration to craft something for somebody. That means you might only be able to do that 10 times that day. So you want to, are you happy making 50k a day? Like, are you happy making 200k a day? What's your sort of how much do you want to make, sort of thing? I'd mostly go by the theory that charge as much as you can get, right? You know, if somebody asks how much is it to make this, pick a big number, and if they, you know, they can come back with a smaller number, and then you pick a number in the middle. Just the art of negotiation, honestly. Neo Stigma with the on-screen celebration. Now this is a disappointment because I completely missed it. I missed it. I have... These are brand new. Obviously on OBS, I don't see any of this. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I have no way of seeing that that even happened or what it did. Maybe this is something I'm going to need to figure out. Out of curiosity, if somebody clips it, does it clip the whatever it did? Just a bunch of the emotes hovering on the screen. that what it did? I've got no way of seeing it. That's odd. Hmm. I'm also sure it's probably got a cooldown on it. Cannot cheer in my own channel. That also makes it difficult. Alright, well, either way, thank you very much. The bits. Appreciate it. I hope it did something interesting on the screen. This is part of Twitch's new power-ups system that apparently they've just launched today, yesterday, not too sure. I will check the VOD later.
I got no counsel for you. No advice.
Oh, why are all these creatures here? What happened?
This isn't one of your books, lad.
Oh, you've also now got... Oh no. You've picked your... You've picked a different icon. I see. Yeah, day's going good. We're slowly but surely leveling on the beta, just sort of getting a feel for things, making some notes as we go along. Nothing too serious on a Friday. I can't be doing serious on a Friday. We keep it chill on a Friday. Yeah, they say a number. Well, you say a number, they say a number. You meet somewhere in the middle, everybody's happy. That's kind of like 101 negotiation, and that's how I think work orders should be. One thing I like about concentration is it gives crafters more justification for charging a price. There's clearly been a bit of a problem in Dragonflight where crafters have not felt overly confident charging for something, because they maybe feel it somewhat not unjust, that's probably not the right phrase, but like they find it difficult to put a value on something that's not concrete and numerical. So like there's obviously a value in you leveling up your professions, getting access to the recipes, farming your knowledge points, spending the gold leveling them up. There's obviously value in that, and so hence why when somebody comes along and asks you to craft something for them, it is, you know, you are completely right in saying, hey, I would like X amount of gold to make said thing. Previously, though, in Dragonflight, it's very much felt that players are not overly comfortable just charging a number, especially since it's like a commission. If somebody provides all of the... yes, that works. Kahani, thank you for the gigantic emote. Good choice of emote as well, by the way. Oh dear lord. Oh my god. Yeah, I think if somebody provides all of the materials, then it's often been the case of, well, you're just, you know, you're just pressing a button. And crafters have been put in a bit of an awkward position, I think, where they then haven't had much of a counter argument to that. Whereas now, at least with concentration, crafters will have that counter argument of, well, you know, oh, well, I need to use 100 concentration to craft this, right? Oh, why are you charging 5,000 gold to craft this item? You're just pressing a button. Well, I need to use 100 concentration to craft it. So, you know, that just gives crafters a little something. I'll be really interested to see if there becomes sort of like this almost unwritten price on concentration. You know, are people going to charge like 1,000 gold for every 10 concentration or something. What will people try and get away? Will people put like a strict monetary value to it? They might. Don't know. Can we quickly spam chat to get rid of that horror? That price will be really, really high to start with. Yeah, and almost quite rightly so. You know, if you choose to play around with your professions first in favour of doing other things, then why shouldn't it be? What happens when you don't have any more concentration? Yeah, you can't craft anymore. Or, well, you can, but you may not be able to fill the orders that people want filling. When you're out of concentration, you're going to have to wait for it to refill. It slowly regenerates over time. So if it slowly regenerates, then you'll have to wait until you have enough to fill another order.
I'm speaking for no one these days.
The crafter's game is going to be carefully managing this concentration.
I'll press on till Azeroth is done with me.
When does Mr. Streamer get 7 TV? What are you trying to use? Please explain.
Where are all the people? What happened to everybody?
Sorry, concentration didn't proc. Send again. Lol. Oh, 7 TV is another better Twitch TV. Oh, okay. I can't keep up with all. If it's just for more meme emotes, I don't care. We investigate over here. Why is Bran not doing his thing? Seems to be in the right area, but why are we not investigating nothing? Investigate the clues. Can I see no clues? Oh, way up. What we got here? Search for clues. Whoops. Press the button.
A lot of tools are still here, so the workers can't all be out in the mines.
Jack's in charge of most of the emotes in here.
Should see if anyone's in there.
I don't pay much attention to you. Truth be told.
Did you hear something, Granda?
Sounded like another deep flare. Let's move on.
Sadly, I don't think concentration will be valuable or rare enough to go much further than the first few weeks. Too many crafters on my realm will undercut and devalue it into oblivion. Well, this is always going to be the case. This is kind of why I want to have concentration recharge slower than what it is currently doing. I feel like it recharges too fast. I feel like it's going to basically mean that people log on every day and have near to full concentration every day. Especially if you, heaven forbid, you take a day off playing World of Warcraft, right? You take one day off not playing World of Warcraft, you'll come back the next day and your concentration will be capped. You'll have full concentration bar again. I think that's too fast of a recharge. And with it being so fast, it will, yes, very quickly get undervalued. Because you can only charge for something that's rare if it's rare. If there's plenty enough people with it at all times, its scarcity factor doesn't exist anymore. My very first initial thoughts with concentration was that it probably needs to be a weekly thing. It should take, much like your Dracothis charges today, for example. It should probably take a full week for it to recharge, and it should introduce some smart goblin gameplay to using it effectively. If it takes a week to fully recharge, for example, if you go and splurge all of your concentration on a Sunday night, you may then find yourself lacking on Tuesday evening, Wednesday, when reset comes around, and you'll probably learn from that. Well, actually, maybe I should have saved some more of my concentration to use when more people wanted stuff. Make it actually an active thing that crafters care about when they use. We already know that crafters are going to have lots of alts. And cycling through all those alts will very, very quickly make it so that players won't worry too much about concentration. They'll just splurge it whenever they need to.
It's changing.
What was that?
The only thing you'll find when it comes to crafted gear, though, is that those who are reasonably good at maths, we're not talking like super duper mega maths here, but those that are at least can do simple addition will very quickly be able to calculate just what their concentration bar is worth to them. So what do I mean? Let's take leatherworking, for example, here. You as a crafter will specialize in one direction or another. Let's say you specialize in crafting armor for... Oh, I haven't leveled it to even show the spec trees. Great. But if you have leveled it and you are focusing on crafting gear for people, you have two strong uses for concentration. One is crafting gear for other people. The second one is your intermediate reagents. You might be able to look on any given day and say, right, well, I could craft, based on the prices of Deep Fury Hide, based on the price of this currently, I could use my concentration to make this at quality 3. And let's say my entire concentration makes me 10 Deep Fury Hide at quality 3. Well, then I can go and sell those 10 Deep Fury Hide at quality 3 for, let's say, 2,000 gold apiece, 20,000 gold, say. So that then makes it so that your concentration bar is worth 20,000 gold to you if you go the material route. So if somebody comes along and wants you to craft a piece of gear for them using concentration, well, I can get 20k for it by doing this thing anyway. If you want me to make you a piece of gear, I'm going to charge for that piece of gear at least in line with what I could get by crafting and selling reagents. So this will kind of somewhat, for those people who understand the system quite well and are good at like basic maths, they'll very quickly realize that this number, this quantity of concentration, can easily, quite quickly and easily be converted into some number of gold. So that when it comes to crafting gear for people, they have a ballpark value to work with. Is the theory, is the way I think it might end up being played with. That players will be able to say, right, my concentration bar is worth this. If you want me to use 10% of my concentration on crafting something for you, you have to provide me at least what I could get by just crafting a few reagents and selling them. Because let's not mess about. Crafting rank 3 reagents and selling them is going to be a cakewalk. Because in many cases, the quality 3 reagents that you see on the auction house will only exist because somebody has spent concentration on them. Because a lot of quality 3 reagents will not exist without the use of some concentration. Because you physically can't craft them at higher than quality 2 without concentration. So that sort of creates a semi-soft valuation on your concentration bar. So even if it does stay zoom and it charges in like 48 hours, players will still be able to say, right, my concentration is worth this. You want me to use 10%, 20% of it to make something for you, then cough up this much. minimum, right? Preferably cough up more, because, you know, I'm having to make something for you, and that means I'm not selling something on the auction house, you know. Is there an alternative to concentration for people with ADHD? Or do they need to hope that they have enough so they can hyper-focus? I think you're joking. I'm not sure. System is better than the old inspiration recraft shenanigans. At least it's easier to explain to people. Well, hopefully, most people who want pieces of gear crafted won't have to care about anywhere near as much as they did previously. This was like reason one why they got rid of inspiration. Since you know, that kind of like, oh, I've got a 44%. I can't even begin to tell you how many times I saw somebody questioning, oh, well, this dude says he has 44% inspiration. I can only get to 42% inspiration. Is this guy lying, or does he know something I don't? And it was like, it really doesn't. Like, the difference between 42 and 44% inspiration is nothing. RNG is still going to bend you over when it wants to. I'm so glad that that as a system is going away. Just from like an element of like getting rid of that air of confusion is going to be so good for the players.
Off with you.
Give me something to figure out.
Concentration should be bi-weekly like work orders. I do think they need to be careful with how fast it recharges. The only thing that Blizzard are clearly looking at is if it recharges too slowly, they will have an issue on their hands where certain things will get too expensive. And that's what they're clearly going to try and avoid. They don't want crafted gear to be too expensive, because otherwise we then have a Shadowlands situation on our hands where everybody thinks that the crafters are fucking scam artists and everybody complains that shit's too expensive. I think we hit the upper limit of what people are willing to spend on certain things when we had 100k enchants and they were selling like hotcakes. It does show that it doesn't really matter how expensive things are. There will be people out there that will just, oh right, yeah, I need this enchant and it's 100k. Well then, here we go. They'll just, you know, it didn't seem to slow people's desire to enchant their gear, you know, even when the enchants were 100k a piece. But I still don't think if that goes on for too long and if that happens on too many things that people won't start complaining about it. You said ingenuity won't be useful, but listening to how important concentration is going to be, I feel like it would be very useful. Okay, this is where clarification's needed. Maybe I didn't clarify this properly. Ingenuity, yes, is important. Because the more it procs, the more it basically is like having a bigger concentration bar. Where it is not very important is spending knowledge points to get it. Because your knowledge points are more restricted. So where you've got the choice of spending knowledge points on either improving your skill, because if you improve your skill, you spend less concentration every time, guaranteed. There's no randomness to it. If you improve your resourcefulness, you'll gain more materials back. If you improve your multi-craft, you'll just get more of a thing. Improving your ingenuity to sometimes and the big emphasis there is on sometimes, to sometimes reimburse you some of your concentration. For starters, it can only reimburse you your concentration if you use it. And there's going to be many situations where you won't be using concentration to craft things. So all of a sudden, it's a stat that if you spend points on it, only actually even can affect sometimes. And even when it could affect, it's still on a chance. So it's actually ingenuity via the spec tree. I wouldn't spec into it, but I also wouldn't turn it down if it is available on your tools and that sort of stuff. So you got to be careful. It's kind of its importance is different depending on what you're doing and where you're getting it from. It's still, I would say, in most cases, though, one of the lowest criteria crafting stats. Because it only works when you use concentration, and even if you do use concentration, it's like inspiration, where it's a proc chance, might only do a thing, and even if it does do a thing, it's only going to refund you some of the concentration. It's like multi-levels of, like... It might sometimes be useful, and even when it is sometimes useful, it's only partially useful. You get my point? If you can get to the point where you can guarantee the crafting of something at top quality without using concentration, then instantly ingenuity is a dead stat for you on that specific craft. So there is some nuance to it. I probably just haven't described my opinion on it very well. Do we know the lariat of the War Within yet? No. No, we don't. Is there a profession tree calculator somewhere for beta? What do you I don't know if Wowhead or anybody has made one yet. Dare I say it, the easiest thing to do is to test it on the beta.
No rest for we heroes, eh, champion?
The spectres are much more simple though this time. That's one thing I would sort of clarify for people. The spectres are much more simplistic.
As your foreman,
They've done quite. They've put quite a lot of effort, I think, into making it so that the spectres are more understandable. They've still got work to do. There's still lots of there's still a few ambiguous tooltips that don't really tell you exactly what they're doing, but they have at least done something. They are a bit simpler to understand. There's less of this, you must put 20 points in this tree and then 50 points in that tree. It's a lot more likely that you're just going to focus all of your points in one tree at the beginning, and that will still be acceptable. Cursed pickaxe. That's... where's that thing? There it is. What is this? This screams jewel crafting treasure. Oh no, wait, hang on. Somebody said about this cursed pickaxe the other day. Ancient runes decorate the metal head and trail on the handle form of carved etchings. These patterns become more erratic as they reach the pommel, eventually becoming nothing more than frantic scratches. What was this about? What was this about again? Somebody told me what this was about the other day. I've cleverly forgotten. Literally had no idea that people actually negotiate in WoW. I was under the impression there was a standard price for most things. Well, people who don't know how to negotiate use the standard price. The people who know how to negotiate make more by negotiating. Can't use this. It doesn't seem to do anything to me. Just keep it in your bags and see what happens. Oh, I see. Okay, it's one of those situations. I see, I see.
Change is coming, workers. Hordes of Skardens stir within the Hall of Awakening. Taylock could be next. Barricade your doors, but be not afraid. We will press on.
Should probably be reading them.
Can you hear it? The ringing. The ringing. It returns.
I'd always just tell people to tip what they thought was fair, but mostly leveled crafting professions to make my own gear and avoid orders entirely. Yeah, the you're not alone. You're not alone in that concept. There was a huge amount of the player base that had no idea what to charge for something. So they just handed off that ability to the person buying it. It was just like, well, just tip me what you think is fair. Then sometimes some people would take the piss and tip you 100 gold, and you had no real comeuppance. You had no way to combat that simply because you'd given them the choice to pay what they like. Like I said, this was common, and it was common for a reason though. It was common because, like I said earlier, crafters didn't really have much to lean on when it came to justifying the price they were charging. You know, if you say you were crafting, there was some individual scenarios, right? You could say, in the early days of the Elemental Lariat, you know, if you were charging 50k for an Elemental Lariat craft, you can say, well, I have the recipe. Like, that was your justification. But for, like, most other crafts, most other work orders, people very rarely felt that they had much justification for charging like 5k, 10k, 15k, 20k for a craft. And then soon as an objection... In sales, there's this thing known as objection handling, right? If you spend any time selling anything, or if you've ever gone on like a sales training course or something, you'll hear about this objection handling, which means that you as the salesperson have a pre-understanding of what objections you're going to get, and you know how to overcome those ahead of time so that when they do pop up, you have an answer. Often things like, you know, in regular sales, it would be something along the lines of, okay, well, I'll think about it, I'll come back tomorrow. You could have you could have some forms of objection handling to that, such as like, well, let me check the stock for you. If, you know, and depending on what it is you're selling, you could start the conversations with, you know, if we can find the right thing for you, are you looking to purchase today? Giving somebody the indication that they're willing to buy before you even get deep into the negotiations. The same concepts can be applied with work orders, right? If you try and charge 20,000 gold to craft something for somebody turns around and says, well, there's this dude over there that will craft it for me for 10k. Your easy objection to that is that, but I'm here right now ready to do it. Like, do you want it now, or do you want to run the risk of that person not having the concentration left anymore to be able to do it. Like, you phrase it a little bit nicer than that, but that's kind of like the concept, you know? And most people who don't want, and this is why a lot of people don't like work orders, because it's too much like hard work. It's too much like, you know, they don't want to be negotiating. This is why people crafted things and they put them on the auction house. The auction house is a simple system. I post it for this price, you buy it or you don't buy it. And I can go about and do my thing, right? It's very simple, very straightforward. You either buy this thing for the price I've listed it for, or you don't, and it comes back in my mailbox and I post it again. And you compete with other crafters on price to try and improve the rate in which you do sell your things. Very diplomatic. I've just said, then go get them to do it then. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Some of my guildies are helping me to earn back the Lariat plan purchase price. One I just crafted paid 20k gold, but I also check if there are any with all mats in public orders and just craft those. Mostly why I've recommended people not buy the Elemental Lariat recipe, because you're going to pay massive money for it. And the chances, the amount of people that have bought the Elemental Lariat recipe and not made even a fraction of the gold back of what they paid for it, probably quite surprising. My standard answer is most pay 2 to 5k, pick a number. If you're happy with 2k every time, that's fine. I've always been more bullish about this because I've got a long history in sales and I'm way more confident in that aspect. But equally, like I said, I don't have huge amounts of experience of actually putting this into practice in game because it's not enjoyable, you know? I don't want to do it from the word go. Crafter to use tip what you like need to use personal blacklist, PBL, so they know who the low tippers are. Oh right, I see. People who are only going to give you 100 gold, you then just put them on an ignore list. You want to find the whales. Hunt me down a whale. Most of the time 2k unless it's put in front of me without any effort. It's just not worth my time. The problem was as well stepping out of Shadowlands straight into Dragonflight. Stepping out of Shadowlands where I could spend 5 hours crafting legendaries, selling legendaries on the auction house, making an average of like 5k for every single legendary I sold. I could optimize my time to sell 50, 100 legendaries a day. And it was like, it got to the point where it was just like you had a money printer going, right? Going from that scenario to the point where you had to haggle and bargain and it felt like you were like busking on the street. It was like, do I get my, you know, do I get my guitar out? Do you want me to sing you a song to craft this piece of gear? What's going on here? It was polar opposites. And so hence I didn't do it. PvP people are usually the whales. I wouldn't know. I check my Discord DMs. Oh yeah, I've seen that's classed as a world drop, right? Epic World Drop recipes were heavily duped too. I'd be wary of buying any personal purple drop like recipe. If you buy something off the auction house, you are 100% safe. You're never going to get bent over by buying something off the auction house. Not these days.
This looks like the right place. I don't see any signs of the foreman.
Wait. I can hear wind blowing. From beyond the stone. It must have been a controlled cave-in. Champion, help us destroy the blockage.
Second I hear the words, you just have to push a button, the negotiation's over.
I want to see
everything. Honestly, my brute force approach to work orders, even if I bothered to do it, is simple. I will, I will set a price for the thing I want to craft. And I'm not even really open for negotiation much on that, honestly, most of the time. Like, it would be, if somebody comes back and is like, if I'm charging 20k for something and somebody comes back and says I've only got 15, I'll do it. If they come back and, like, lowball me at 5, then I just wouldn't reply. Like, you're wasting my time. I'm not going to waste any more time. Like, that's the approach I would take with it. But then again, the problem for me is I wouldn't be doing it because I need the gold, right? This is the thing. I don't have that much desire to spend time haggling. It's like I said, this is why I will absolutely focus on the auction house for stuff. I will spend my concentration predominantly on intermediates, and I'll go from there. If we can make some gold that way, I'll make some gold that way. How do I get up there? Do we go up this way? NA people don't negotiate. They either accept your rate or they don't reply. I'd be happy with that. I'd be happy with that. I mean, that is a form of negotiation, isn't it? Just a flat out ignore. The interesting thing for me about it as well is it feels like Team NA has taken to the work order system way better than Team EU. And I think it's, the IRL tipping culture for Team NA sort of has, for the most part, trained people that you tip people for doing random things. Whereas Team EU is way less comfortable with that from the word go. Most countries in the EU do not have particularly that strong of a tipping culture. Not anywhere even remotely close to like what Team NA does now. Team NA will charge you an extra 30% just to hand you a coffee,
Artifact will repair the awakening.
That doesn't really fly.
It will perfect the machine. Your struggle,
and it's not something we wish to import either.
Suffering will be at an end.
So I guess when people are like, people somewhat have the pre-expectation to tip, to craft something, to pay a commission to craft something to a crafter, right? Team NA. I think it's just kind of pre-built into the culture, so people don't see it as much of a thing. They expect to pay 4, 5, 10,000 gold to have something crafted, because it's part of the, part of the societal culture. In the EU, you set a price for something, and that's that's the price you pay for something. You don't tip on top. If I provide you the materials, then that should be good enough, right?
Even now I'm bound to serving
Zalatath gave the High Speaker the means to restart the machine, and it's creating Skarden.
We have to tell
Even the tipping culture is different in Europe, though. I noticed big differences between Finland and Italy. Well, yeah. Yeah. Italians are more accustomed to some sort of tipping. It's there is differences within Europe, but you have quite definitely picked two polar opposite countries in that regard. Living in Finland, I know full well that tipping culture is non-existent over here. It's almost borderline an insult to even offer to tip this country sometimes. Some Finnish people take it as if to be almost an insult. What do you mean? I'm paid a good wage, you know. You know. I don't need your charity. Is often the Oh, hang on. Where the hell are we going? I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a cave within a cave. What's going on here? There we go. Japan tipping's considered very rude. Yeah, I understand people approach to it is wildly different. Not like Italians targeted tourists. Maybe.
What is your query? May your cause...
Nice.
Enough talking. The High Speaker will answer for his crimes. To the earthenworks.
In Spain, if there is ever a sign suggesting to tip the waiter, it will show up in social media with a "what about paying a proper salary in the first place" commentary. Quite rightly so, in my opinion. Nowadays, they'll flat out put a 15% tip on your restaurant bill before even asking. What, in Team NA? Yeah. That's why it's one of the things that would actually quite genuinely put me off going to America, is that everybody would just have their hand out all the time, but doing seemingly meaningless things. Words like gratuity make me want to punch somebody in the face. Would you like to leave 30% gratuity? Fuck off. What? No. Put a price tag on the product. I'll pay the price it says on the price tag. You put the price tag on the product. Anyway. Boys and girls, I think we might be done for the day, if I'm honest. I think we might be done. I think it's time to close up for the week. I mentioned earlier that tomorrow there will be no stream. I am finally going to have to take a day off tomorrow. I have real life commitments to do tomorrow. Enjoy some IRL herbing. There will be some of that. There is some garden work on the cards tomorrow, yes. Football starts today, doesn't it? I think the opening match is this evening, I believe. I hadn't thought about the football, if I'm honest. No, this is actually a real day off. I'm not even here tomorrow. We are going to our family summer place to clean it up, tidy it up, ready for the summer season. So it is. I know I've teased this a few times, but no, I am actually having to take a day off tomorrow. So, yep, see you tomorrow. But thank you all for joining once again today, boys and girls. I appreciate it. Thanks for the follows, the subs, the bits, testing out this new power up system. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It might lead me to take Sunday off as well. If I take a day off tomorrow, I might go as far as taking the whole weekend. So if I don't see you Sunday, I will see you Monday. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Enjoy it. And we'll be back no later than Monday. Have a good one, boys and girls. Peace.